All right, microphone. Need the microphone. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Brutus, hello. Happy Black Saturday, I guess, or happy 2 days after Thanksgiving, everybody. Busy making cats suffer? That sounds like one of your hobbies. I wish you a good stream. Need sleep. As a kid, I'm watching will wake up in probably 5 hours. Is that enough time to sleep? 5 hours is barely enough. Good evening, Velfra. How are you? I'm doing well. Doing all right. Mazamure? Kana? Thanksgiving was fantastic? Oh, great. Sure, it was smaller than usual, but kind of by necessity. Dorimin? Hello. Happy fattening your gay bear up after Thanksgiving Day. I mean, that is one of the benefits of Thanksgiving, is you have great leftovers for several days. Also, lots of leftover Thanksgiving desserts. So I think I'm probably going to get some more.
We're gay like a fox.
More pumpkin pie later. Josh Simmons, welcome to the Foxhole. Thank you for joining us. All my leftovers? No, I'm eating them. Make you fat? Are you hibernating this year? Is that what's going on? Yeah, pumpkin pie, although my sister forgot to bring the berry pie and I'm a little bit miffed about that. But oh well. Let's get things moving so we're not stuck here. By the way, the Pretzel Rocks app has updated and there's like twice as many genres now. There's a lo-fi category now. Heavy metal. Latin. Alternative. Hype bass. Folk music. Elevator music. They specifically have a category for elevator music now. It's kind of trippy. Reggae. Industrial. Yacht rock? What the heck is that? Hibernating. Yes, that is what you would do. Hello, you see Dio? Leftovers so yummy, going to need to dance for 3 hours? Well, don't get a cramp dancing right after eating. But I'm glad you're all feeling well. You smooch my butt? Are you trying to kiss up? Can I start with a question? Of course you can, Kunin. Oh. Kiryu-san, konbanwa. Gokigen yo, Kiryu-san. Kinro kansha no hi wa dou deshita ka? What does kiss up mean? It means it's like brown nosing. It's trying to ingratiate yourself with somebody, trying to make them think better of you by doing things for them. Hassan, I see that San was the kanji for mountain, but my book didn't have the kanji for the first one. So takusang, actually the kanji is not used very often. It does happen where the kanji just becomes so... It's like way harder to write. then is worth it. And so takusan is actually written in hiragana more often than the kanji. Sensei mo kyou mo kakkoi kawaii desu ne. Arigatou gozaimasu, Kiryu-san. ちょっとごまつぶしじゃない? That one is just a happy accident, Kunin. Yes, Sang is 3 strokes for mountain. But you get these coincidences like that a lot. Black Saturday, it's the day after Black Friday. Although the thing about the whole Black Friday thing is it's getting out of hand. Like, I was getting Black Friday ads and notifications like 2 or 3 weeks prior. So calling it Black Friday is losing all sorts of meaning. Konnichiwa, Chad Varick. How you doing? Adastu's really funny news? Yeah, it happens. Let's get our stream raiders going. I'm worried about how long this event is going to go, so let's at least finish this map for more chances for golden turkey skins. Ads, I cannot stop the ads. Unfortunately, the only way that I can stop ads is by showing you ads. Which is kind of counterproductive. Kichi sensei, konbanwa. Ima wa 2020年11月28日土曜日と言っています。That is correct, Jesse. That is indeed today's date. But that means it's time to get our lesson going. November 28th, 2020. Yes. Correct. 2020年11月28日土曜日 is today's date in Japanese. I mean, as in general, substantive as. Yeah, there you go. Masamune? Oh. I didn't recognize that as Admiral Baru emote. Nice. Subtitles got that perfectly? I mean, as long as I'm enunciating, it should get it correctly. Jenna Chris, hello. Howl? Not yet. You're an hour early, Commodore. Why the rush? So Kunin's question was actually talking about this word for many or a lot, which was takusan. where this is actually the most common way to write it. This one does appear in some documents, but it's kind of unusual. So 3.2 thousand accounts banned on Twitter. That means you've done a lot of clicking to ban or block. Now we're off? Yeah? I mean, we do it at the same time every lesson-ish. Usually right in here, got it. Yes. So this is the most common way to write many. Like, for example, what should we say? There are many furries in chat today. How do you pronounce that? It's almost like one motion. Yes! Takusan. Looks like a sigh. Close enough, subtitles. Yeah, kind of. It doesn't have a handle, but close enough. So if you write in kanji, do you look like you're being a tryhard? Kind of, yes. If you're doing it in a very, like, everyday kind of document, you do look like a tryhard. If you're putting it in, like, a formal government document, it sounds appropriate there, because government bureaucracy, you already are trying way too hard. So, let's look at this sentence. There are many furries in chat today. A resume? Yeah, I guess so, since you're trying to be, like, extra fancy. That makes sense, too. Any kind of, like, formal document, it wouldn't be unusual to see it there. But at the same time, you may as well just write it like everyone else does. Kyo, which means today. Cool. So here's our sentence. When aren't there many furries in chat? When I'm offline. That's probably the only time, to be honest, Shad. Otherwise, the furries like to curl up here and sleep. Realize I screwed up that kill before. How did you screw it up? In the English? In the pronunciation? In how you write it? If you don't look like a tryhard in a resume, it looks like you don't have anything to hide, like you're not compensating or look desperate. I mean, true. It may look like you're not trying hard enough. When you're chat, when you're offline, sometimes I won't say for what reason. You think you're getting away with it, RFG, but I see that you're slipping bits into my stream because it still pops up in my activity feed. So it's, yeah, you're not getting away with it. You won't get away with this. Ah, so you were saying ima for now. That is how you would pronounce the kanji if it were by itself. However, those two particularly together means now and day. Drunk Phasmophobia? I think people have enough trouble playing that game sober. Imagine being drunk. Guess it's best to be somebody a few words and let your actions speak for themselves. Personally, I think resumes are kind of silly. I mean, cover letters, resumes, does that all matter when you really need to actually just talk to the person? You kind of want to see what the person is like. Resumes can be doctored up by anybody. Kanji is nice on resumes because it allows you to write more stuff on it in a smaller space. That's true. When you're writing things in kanji, you often get them a much denser meaning in a smaller space. However, when you start getting into formal Japanese, then the writing just like explodes and it takes like much more space. So another more question I had, do kanji mostly get used as a form of shorthand? I was noticing a lot of kanji have more than one way of spelling them. Multiple kanji usually means there's a very slight nuance difference between them. They're not a shorthand so much as also being sort of a clearer way to write. Because the problem is that if you're speaking, you have to go entirely off of context, even more than you do with writing in Japanese. However, when you're reading kanji, the context is still important, but the kanji that's written there more precisely points to the kind of word that they're talking about. So you don't have to guess which version of the word. Sometimes a word in Japanese can mean like 20 different things, but when you nail it down with the kanji, then it's like, oh, that's what you mean. If you're listening to them speak it, you have to guess based on the situation, meaning that there are actually some words that you probably couldn't say in some situations because there's already a word with that sound that would make more sense there. I think I would cry if I play that game drunk. I'm not really interested in playing that game anyway. Playing it drunk would just make me confused. All horror games don't need alcohol. Exactly. Same. Hate to be drunk in general. Yeah, kind of. I find it to be an awful feeling. There's one bullet points. I mean, kind of, but not really. I don't get the appeal of Phasmophobia aside that some people do it because it makes them look cowardly to other people or not. That's part of what people do. They do jump scares and stuff because it's funny. It's good content, I guess. But I mean, that's kind of why people put themselves on various social media, because it's funny. And jump scares are sort of like the most genuine of reactions. From text information density, the bottleneck is human reading speed. Which is part of the reason why a lot of people hate kanji when they're starting Japanese, because it takes them a lot longer to read the sentence. But you get practice. Your reading speed increases as you get familiarity with kanji. Also, another question about chotto. I look at the subtitles, I'm like, I don't have enough time to correct that. Yes, we're talking about Choctaw Indians. I hear in most text information dense languages, it takes the time to read the same meaning in different languages, assuming fluency in English and Chinese. The only benefit is you need less paper. Hey, less paper, lower printing costs, faster printing time. I mean, that's part of the reason why speedrunners use Chinese and Japanese, mostly Japanese, but sometimes Chinese versions of games, because the dialogue goes faster, and therefore it takes you less time to skip through it. Drake the Drekey, good evening, you're early. I find people freaking out to be less entertaining for horror. Rage compilations are much more common and amusing to me. See, I dislike rage compilations because I think that's such a waste of energy, and it makes you seem immature. Like, I've seen streamers like smash their controller, and I think that's such a waste. You let a couple of seconds of anger in a digital format in something that doesn't matter cost you money. And it makes you seem like a spoiled child. Right, and at least I mean, don't want a lot of people to see that. Yeah, it's not an attractive thing. So I don't enjoy rage. No, not physically destructive rage thing. The ones where they get like emotionally destroyed. I'm YouTuber playing Mario Maker. I also think I still think, even if they don't destroy anything physically, it still shows me that they can't control themselves, and I don't enjoy it. So going to Kunen's question. Well, in the notes you said chotto means a little, but then you also wrote sugoshi. I looked for kanji for it in my book, and there's a kanji for sugoshi, but it doesn't put the shi. Because there's different ways of writing it. And the difference between them, so we're talking about this word, well, for a little, or a bit, it can come out as this, or as this. And the difference between them is this is slightly more formal than this, which is more colloquial, more conversational. Yeah, I rage a lot, and I hate how I feel like I'm losing control, which is exactly the reason why I don't like to drink. Because the more I drink, the more I think, wow, I am less in control of myself. Like, my reaction time slows, my thinking gets a little bit fuzzy, and I struggle to keep things in control. And while I can do it, like, I don't stumble into things, I don't fall down, I just think that it's an unnecessary handicap. Good evening, says Calamity. Hello. It's fun seeing you at movie night. For those of you who missed it, movie night was the Joker movie. Dark and depressing look at society and mob mentality. And then we went to what was our second movie? Who Framed Roger Rabbit? and that was fun. That was a cute, nostalgic look at a live-action movie with animated interactions. That the movie with the Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, it was good. Saw the Discord this morning. It looks like you guys were watching, and I'm not sure if this is the right team, but a drag queen show. Yeah, it's a drag performance. It's called Drag Race. RuPaul's Drag Race. Hey, the subtitles know exactly what program I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what we were watching. Live action with animation, Space Jam. Space Jam came later. And the reason why I was thinking about movies like Who Framed Roger Rabbit was because last week we watched Sonic the Hedgehog. And I thought, another movie with an animated character interacting with live environment. Channel will never make a movie like Roger Rabbit again, but they kind of have already. They have like Space Jam and Sonic the Hedgehog. The thing is, though, it's not this. It has the interaction between the two mediums, but the one thing I noticed while we were watching Who Framed Roger Rabbit last night is that it's basically a film noir, which was kind of cool. One of the last times I watched it, I don't know if I was old enough to appreciate the atmosphere of film noir. Yeah, you're welcome to join us anytime. Tune in. Sleeping during movie night, I call it fair trade. Hey, gotta take care of your health, especially these days. Smurfs, Sonic, Alvin the Chipmunks. Yeah, I saw the Smurfs movie. The funny thing about it is, it was so much harder back then to get the live props that the animated characters were using to move around. On some weekends, there's a virtual drag show here on Twitch. Oh yeah, there's also drag queens who have their own channels, like Trixie Mattel has her own channel. I think she plays Dead by Daylight a lot. Space Jam and Cool World suck. We have to watch Space Jam one of these times. I haven't seen it. Cell animated 2D characters. Yeah. Looney Tunes Back in Action also came after those. Yeah. At Disney and Warner Brothers. Yes, that is definitely one of the unusual crossovers, and it's probably very rare to happen again. Got to be performers at a couple of the Texas-based drag queen Christmas tours last year. The screens were honestly so much nicer than I would have expected. That's one of the things about the LGBTQ family and drag queens, because some of them are straight, is that when you deal with so much adversity and so much hate, you kind of have to you kind of become a nicer person, because you realize some people deal with so much. You're like, I'm not going to add to the hate. I'm not going to be as hateful as the people who are attacking me. Dolby, hi. Welcome back. Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving. Rockadoodle and the Page Master. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen... I've seen bits and pieces of the Page Master, but... I was Super into Dragons, so I didn't know all of them well, but I expected them to be ruder. they're rude to each other because it's kind of like banter between professionals. But I think they will be much nicer to people who do it like as a hobby. But when they're directly competing with each other, I can see them being ruder. Black Saturday? No, it's not a real thing, but at the same time, Black Friday like lasts all month, so whatever. You have to check Trixie out. Trixie Mattel, yes. And she has a lot of people. Last time I was in there, I think she had like 3,000 people. But she's fun. She keeps it real. Spider Trends, hello. Let me catch up. King Wolf, hello. Christopher Robin, well, same with Paddington Bear. Those are 3D. The other one, Hop? Yeah, that's true. Happy Thanksgiving? Yes! Not wrong. I was raised in the South and I didn't like the pain people inflict on each other. I wasn't raised around it. But that's part of your upbringing, Kunin. I know it was painful, but at the same time, I would hazard a guess that you're a nicer person because of it. Feeling much better? Good. I heard, I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on that. I feel like I'm hate a lot, but also hate a lot due to my lack of privilege. I guess that can build resentment. I mean, that is also the direction it goes. Some people get hate and then they become bitter. But, you know, that's a downward spiral. Because when you're bitter to people, then you get more hate. Learn to play guitar? Yeah, I thought you were learning to play guitar a long time ago. I thought you were just, like, getting better at it. Metal guitar? Alright. We're also concerned there's Black Friday in July. Yeah, I got ads for that. It's the Black Friday in July sale. Like, just call it your midsummer sale or something, whatever. I don't care. Just stop calling it Black Friday because now it's getting ridiculous. Or to play guitar someday, it seems so cool. Are you talking about acoustic guitar or electric guitar? I'd like to learn how to play acoustic guitar sometime, but I tried. My hands are kind of small for it. Takes a lot of practice? Mm-hmm. At least a few times a week? Yeah. Tempered in the flames, suppose it's just glad it wasn't a negative as a negative tool. Yeah. Shikoku shite gomen nasai, sensei. Daijoubu desu, Lupas. Dozo. Haite suwatte kudasai. You have an angelic voice. It's Christmas songs in particular that just sound more calm, I think. Any things you may want to have learned? Oh, absolutely. Learn quietly in work? Understandable. Are you sewing? Or are you doing other kind of work, Calamity? My dad shared a guitar, but I'm building my own right now. From scratch? Wow. I think violin for 5 years, but I started picking up the guitar. I played violin for like 1 school year, which is like 8-9 months. I wasn't very good at it. My 3rd Black Friday yesterday. Yeah, acoustic. Yeah, acoustic I think has a warmer feeling to it. But it gets swallowed up in a band setting usually. Ancient Chinese proverb, the good die young, but the pricks live forever. I'm not going to weigh that one. Small fox bun? Yeah, I've got small. Black Friday, the after party. I mean, Black Friday is like whenever stores want it to be now. They should just change the name. If the Myers-Briggs personality question play surprise, I think I understand myself a bit more now. Hey, all right, that's good. How have things been around here? Things have been busy. Yeah, 3 times a week of study. Start taking streams like you. Okay, cool. Building a guitar from scratch, but down you're close, tearing apart a cheap $100. $100 is cheap? Songs are traditionally easy listening pop, something your grandparents probably listened to all year long on the radio in the 1930s. Yeah, I suppose. I think I never repaint it, just have to reinstall the electronics. Cool. I didn't know you could do that. I'm so serious. Quoting the Joker. I went to my new room, which is over a garage, so I can crank my music and nobody cares. Okay, cool. Working retail, I can't listen to Christmas music. I still like Christmas music. Between 20 and 50% of Christmas songs are religious music. Yeah, except for the ones about Santa Claus. Santa is oddly a secular figure. Does you drink wine? I don't really drink. All the Christmas songs I know are kind of secular. Probably by choice. In the guitar world, $100 guitar is pretty much a trashy beginner's guitar. Good guitar is $2,000 to $3,000. Yeah. Yikes. But at the same time, I play the piano, so like a cheap piano, like a real piano, is several $100s, so that makes sense. Song. Oh, the weather outside is frightful. Inside so delightful. Lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Eggnog? Yeah, I could have bought eggnog yesterday. I was at Trader Joe's. I thought about buying eggnog, and I also thought it's all early. Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra. Now you're talking Dolby's language. Frank Sinatra. Dean Martin. D-E-A-N, I believe. Weight goals? You just have to moderate things a little bit during the Christmas season. I finally stepped on the scale yesterday, and I've lost 12 pounds since the pandemic started because I'm eating less. Not the preferred way to diet. Paige the Pink
Slowly getting closer to a Twitch baby.
Yes, we are. 7 months. Thank you for subscribing, Paige. If anyone got me the guitar still sad I was passing, yeah, there's a lot of people passing. It's very unfortunate. Bare Naked Ladies? I think I have that CD. My sister gave me a Bare Naked Ladies CD. And waiting so much I get sick of it. There happens. Eggnog is good, but I actually water it down with milk so that it doesn't get so thick. Why does Twitch keep reminding me furry streamers? Because we're fun. You're 6 feet tall, so that makes your weight more reasonable. Is CD? Yeah, it was when I was much younger. Still flat, Bob? You're fine, Paige. Don't worry about it. If you want to see it, that's a fair point. Eggnog is an 18th century meal replacement shake. I mean, like, real eggnog has booze in it. But it is a lot of egg and cream. 180 and 510 grand and a bit of muscle, but I wish I could lose the belly. Again, you gotta limit your intake. So I mostly eat one meal these days with just some snacks. So not eating 3 meals a day has dropped me down 12 pounds. A holy night? Eh. I'm a furry and I want to see furries on Twitch, but it says in my name. Well, change your name after 6 months. How long since you created your account? Well, considering you created your account 5 weeks ago, it's gonna be another 5 months before you can change your name. That's my Xbox 360s. You're very handy, Dolby. That's cool. Make real eggnog without booze. It's not difficult. It's just a lot of trouble. It's a lot of work when you can just buy eggnog. Playing your childhood games. Like, what kind of games are those? Make my eggnog free? I don't need the eggnog. You need 3? Nah, I'm fine with 1. Online school sucks. Better than getting sick. CDs are the best source of digital audio. They've been around for 40 years. Has it been 40 years? I don't know about that. Emote. I would like more emote slots. I wish Twitch would give that as an option. Vinyl to me better than CDs. As far as audio fidelity, yes, vinyl is better, but they're also big. I'm just happy with CDs. We're fine. Nom command? We can make a nom command, but I'm keeping up with chat, which is like going a mile a minute. Vinyl isn't even the best analog format. It's better than 8-track. Commence the battle? Yes, we should commence the battle. I'll try to keep up with chat in the meantime. CDs came out in the late 80s, right, which means that it's only about 30-ish years. First digital recorded album was recorded in 1979. The first CDs came out in 1980. Huh. Well, but not widely distributed, I feel. Kids are out of hand. Kids are talking, chatty chat. Final record came out in 1948. Okay, good to know. .45 came out shortly in 1949 as a competitive format. 45s were weird. Produced by RCA. Grandma ASMR? I don't understand why you all like that. To me it sounds like ear screeching, but whatever. Valfra 25 kills, a random furry geek with 7. For 16 assists, Kiara with 9. Full chess. Aldo, Velfra getting Musketeer and Paladin scrolls. Let's move on. Let's keep going for that boss. Oh, I forgot to buy stuff for my What do I need? Don't need any of those scrolls, so whatever. Yeah, I don't care. CDs weren't widely distributed until the mid-90s when the PS1 had a CD player. Yeah, I mean, CD players were so expensive that they were not widely distributed, and a lot of places were very slow to switch to CDs. So easy to scratch either in vinyl? Yes, but the fact that you can make your own CD copies is better. It's much harder for people to press their own vinyl. Tried reviewing a scratched up Halo 4 disc with toothpaste to no avail. It depends on... It actually depends on the toothpaste. I have a disc resurfacer, and it's... You basically have to, like, scratch off the whole layer where the scratch is until it all becomes the same depth. So... People who were born in 33 were 45 in 78. Yeah, that's a definitely nerdy joke. Floppies were more prone to failing Cs. True. Floppies were very... Your 5 1/4-inch floppies were very easy to break. 3.5 are better. Records with home recorders with usually home... Yeah. DVD RAM solved the durability issues. Typical all mail and Blu-rays have the scratch resistance DVD RAM had. Yeah, but Blu-rays are much more expensive. The medium and the drive. Only certain pieces of artwork. Alright, enjoy. Yay, I caught up to chat. Let's get some studying done, actually, since we're here. This is not just... I know it's a just chatting stream, and yet... Windows was on 1 CD versus 7 3.5-inch discs. Yeah, it's bad. Limitation with floppies is they didn't hold a whole lot. Now that you can burn data onto a DVD and get 4.5 gigs, which would be like 3,000 floppies. Got some questions in? Get some more in, Kunin. Uses disk medium where it's about flash drives. It's amazing how much fits on flash drives. I just ordered one for a Cyber Monday sale. It's 512 gigabytes on a flash drive. I didn't think they were making them that big. And it was $15. Crazy for the price effectiveness, cost effectiveness. Since people hate them, it was probably because they were listening to poor quality recordings on portable recorders and college track volume to such like you'll change your opinion. Also, they get tangled and snagged, and you had to like spool them back up. Cassettes were a pain in the butt. Digital media is underrated. It needs to be updated. I mean, Blu-ray is a perfectly fine medium for it. Just we need to wait for the technology to get better, or as cheaper. It'd been 10 minutes. Still time to study, Kunin. First level of the Joyo kanji. Yeah, we can. Let's let Kunin get some questions in for the beginning section of the lesson, and then we can go to something a little bit more complicated. When the first flash drive was like 1 gigabyte, now there's several hundred gigabytes. My eldest sister, she's technically my half sister, but her husband, who's older than she is, he bought a 10 megabyte hard drive for the Apple II a long time ago. And it was $1,000 for 10 megabytes. Which was amazing back then. They thought, wow, that's going to last forever. Going to bed, I'm staying with the fox. Yeah, well, I mean, it's Saturday, so I guess you're okay. Hey, coffee? This is like the first time you were here, Dolby. Users now thanks to technology. Yay, technology. Blu-rays are 15-year-old format. Blu-rays are not quite the same as DVDs though, because you're using a different laser, you're using a different type of disc. Not sure you can take notes anymore? Aren't you typing your notes out? 100 movies on DVD, at least 70 which are animated. I'm proud of my collection. Hey, some good stuff. What's your favorite movie in your collection, RFG? Ever study the kanji for on its own? I just wanted to know for note purposes. Sure. Seeing the fox and the wolf. Cute, I guess. VHS tapes never got scratches on them. They also warp, though. Very easily demagnetized, and some of the same problems with cassette. They sometimes got tangled. Then you had to clean the VHS heads and stuff, right? VHS anime collections, that's old stuff. Print out the paper notes, take off that. That's a waste, such a waste. Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Schwarzenegger movies, good stuff. Obvious development in analog magnetic recording made with a contemporary understanding of magnetic material science. Oh. That sounds fascinating, but it's probably gonna take a lot of work. Get to dust, some get tangled, melt or erase with heat. Yeah. I mean, heat does affect CDs and DVDs as well. If it gets really hot, the glue that keeps the layers together can delaminate. So I think DVDs were a step forward from VHS. Blu-ray even better. Partially because one of the things I hate about Blu-rays when you use the menus, how it has to like change tracks just to make a menu choice, so there's always a loading, there's always a pause and lag. Whereas with Blu-ray, you get this seamless transition. The Laserdisc issue? Laserdiscs were gigantic. That was one of their biggest problems. Problem with VHS was the rewinding too. Yeah, rewinding was a pain in the butt. Same with cassettes too. One of the best things I liked about CDs was, hey, you can just jump from track to track. You don't have to find a particular spot on a cassette. Questions, I have a lot of great films. Mains will come to mind are How to Train Your Dragon 2, Mulan, OG Mulan, yeah. Wolf Children, Disney's Robin Hood, Zootopia, and Penguins of Madagascar. All good choices. Although you only have one piece of Eastern anime versus the rest Western animation. They have relatively large VHS because I like old tech and group partially on thing. Yeah. Yeah, we remember that about you, Dolby. Or 2005 fans using VHS. Hey. It's cost effective. You probably got to pick up a lot of the old VHSs when like video rental stores were going out of business, right? So make choices take around 20 minutes average to pick a movie both IRL and Netflix. That's why Netflix is doing the new random. It'll just put something on, then you have to can skip through it. Well, VHS hides details and it's great for the horror media, and the horror is about what you don't see. Things Karen VHS HD is old black and white horror. Bad love. Never seen it. Fans behind the tech, but that means that you get it cheaper. 僕も獣です。もう知ってましたよ。キリュウさん。それは明らかに Did you know there's original Disney VHS that are worth lots of money if you have it in good condition and can play? Yeah, but that would be like people who keep their like action figures in the packaging. Otherwise, if you were using the VHS, probably had some wear and tear on it. My dad's Technic stereo receiver internal did restriction and they work like the day it came out. Nice. Plastic on the receiver, but the turntable has a plastic thick base. Ooh. Yeah, old school. Japanese only. I haven't had time to do anything except read constantly. I don't know why you think that suddenly I'll be able to fit a minute of Japanese in and let chat go for a whole minute. Laser rolling because most people don't test them. I suppose they're unopened or in original packaging. Yeah, if they're unopened, you will just assume that it's can play. You have to see more Western. So good. I remember when I would see My Neighbor Totoro, another anime friend I would like to see them in. You mean Eastern? So の意見にするで意味をの文って英語で何と言うんだろう。英語で It's very obvious that you're a furry. Testing VHS puts on risk of destroying them. Yep. Eastern. Mix up my directions. Yes. That's one of my... I really like... There's a XKCD comic strip. That I really enjoyed. And... yeah, let me get the link to it. This is Security-san, remember VHS. ディスクが質問があります。キリュウさん。VHS 覚えてるって。I would hazard yes, because there are still VHS tapes in rental shops in Japan. Am I well? Yeah, I'm well. VHS also tends to grow mold on the film. Can be if you. That's humidity is also one of the problems. Furry? Yes. Still see it in the plastic bag. Yeah. Enjoy your instant coffee. Still written VHS? Yes! Exactly. Name written as Kitsune Ko? Sometimes I write it as Kitsune Neko, even though it's not quite as accurate. I know. No はしてるってK が必要です。So here is the picture I was going to show you. Let's see. So this is from XKCD, which is a science and science-based webcomic, and I thought this was hilarious. If you're in the United States, the East is to your west, and the West, the classic the West, is to your east. Missing the Middle East? It's midway between the West and the East. But this joke only works if you're in North or South America. Anyway. Kind of, but it's still in the Eastern Hemisphere. He returned with coffee. West is technically in the middle of U.S. Texas. You were talking about the Wild West. That's a little bit different. Say, Toby, I usually like, but I just wanted to say that the fact that your Japanese is so good that closed captioning pick up your Japanese so correctly is so cool. Hope you get that level one day. It's a matter of just making sure that you enunciate and that you've... I mean, I lived in Japan for 14 years, so I hope my pronunciation got to the level where it can pick it up. But say, Toby, thank you for the compliment. It's just a matter of practicing. I intend to have more students on in the live call on stream at some point, so we can practice this pronunciation. And I can slow down if you want to, if there are any words that you would like pronounced for you for clarity. Funny clips share with me. All right. No more fox butt spam. There's a butt on the screen, Dolby. Unless you don't think it's worth learning. It's kind of an uncommon one. In that, I mean, you do see it, but Sonic, hello. Why is there a heart by your name? Because someone gifted you a sub? Pillow? Yeah, we're kind of working on that. So this kanji is actually means like swamp, and I don't know why this makes this. And technically, this kanji, the two kanji for taksan means swamp plus mountain. Shockwave the Hedgehog. Wow, you're that fast that you make a shockwave. What is your favorite sub? Like sub sandwich from Subway? Decepticon who gets along with all furries and protects them. You're a Decepticon? That doesn't sound like something a Decepticon would do. Taku means swamp. Yes, yes it does. The swamp kanji is the kunyomi. Is sawa. And the onyomi is taku. There's other pronunciations of sawa, but that's the only one you need to worry about right now. Friend said he hated Western RPGs and said he played them all the time, and they said the only Western RPG was Wild Arms. Like, that was made in Japan. I think Western in the context of Indians means cowboys and Indians. Yeah, that's true. Also, I played Wild Arms, and the main theme of Wild Arms was like blatantly ripped off the main theme of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Safe Prowl, then call it a night. 6 minutes, RFG. Maybe it being nonsensical is part of why they prefer to write in hiragana. Partially. Also, it takes about the same amount of time, and it takes more thought to think of what kanji you need to write. In terms of sandwiches, I would have to look at that. When I was in Japan, I think my favorite sandwich was a teriyaki chicken sandwich. But there are a lot more varieties of sandwiches in Subway in the US. I'd have to think about that. Got an espresso? I think you did that one of the first times you were here too. A lot of land or something? Maybe. Maybe between a swamp and a mountain? I don't know. Let's Decepticons make peace and Transformers Cyberverse, so they're cool. Oh, okay. It's kind of weird and very basic question. How do you go about pronouncing the Japanese R? From what I've learned, pronouncing an R is different tongue placement compared to an English R. R, la. Rarirudero. Rarirudero. Re, re, re. It's about the same. Yeah, I'd say it's about the same. The difference in pronouncing the R, though, is that in Japanese, is that you have separate letters that are inexorably tied to a vowel. So you can't just say R in Japanese. You have the 5 letters Ra, Ri, Ru, De, Ro. So, yeah, the pronunciation will be the same. I like JRPGs from time to time, but I hate a lot of the tropes that are often present in them. I mean, you can't avoid tropes because as soon as you try to do something that's not a trope that's happened before, it becomes its own trope. Nintendo ripped off Alien? I don't know about that. Minecraft, Plants vs. Zombies, Halo Reach, or Halo 4. Plants vs. Zombies is fun. Disgaea? Yeah, it's a lot of work though. I tried playing a little bit of Disgaea and other games like that. Sometimes I don't have the patience for the tactics games. World of Tanks? Actually, Dolby, I started playing World of Warships again. That's probably up your alley. Sweet onion chicken teriyaki? They didn't have that in Japan. It was just a regular teriyaki chicken sandwich. There's not quite an L sound in it. Still Fox Mom? Yep. Yeah, there's no L in Japan, so yeah, you have to use the R sound. The whole learning lesson just pronounced get the dialogue. I think it's been one of the largest learning barriers. You're absolutely welcome to ask questions about that, Kunin. I told you that. You need me to pronounce things, I'll do it. Soldier fan with next part? Oh yeah. I assumed that would be the case. Ripped off Alien with Metroid. It's huh. Never thought about that. Get some people in Discord as a group class. I prefer not to teach group classes because it gets chaotic. Star Ocean. I do remember Star Ocean. That was a good game. The second one, not the first one. First one was basic. You play War Thunder? Oh, you and Zeus can play that together. R and a D or an R and L or an R. If you need me to pronounce a word, just ask me to pronounce it, rather than you don't have to go theory crafting about how to pronounce it. Plan on living in Japan again in the future. It's kind of unlikely because part of the reason I went to Japan was to get a job at a gaming company, and then now that I've seen how basically impossible it is for a foreigner to get a job in Japan for a video game company, it's probably unlikely. Pronounce the phrase "I am cute and wonderful" in Japanese, or do you mean it just in English? Rejoin the Discord? Yes, of course you can. You were never not allowed to, Dolby. Howl time? It is howl time, yep. Say in Japanese, go for it. Almost time for battle, too. Let's do our howl. Let's do our battle. Kitsu sensei ga kawaikute subarashii desu. Arigatou, Foxes-chan. Pause the music. I'm getting there. Just hold your horses. Sensei wa お母さんだったのね。まあ、なんかギリのお母さんみたいです。本当の、君たちは本当のお子たちじゃないです。君たちに産んだこともないです。The R sound is more throat. Slightly, but I don't know if I'd go that far. Trying to have him? I do my best, Dolby. We have a horse in chat? We have horses in chat, especially Blackjack, who I haven't seen in a long time. Yes. So, it is time for our 8 o'clock howl. And this is part of our community measure to help people feel like they're doing something together, that they're not alone, they're not isolated in this lockdown for the pandemic. Can you AWU while you raid? I suppose. Is it supposed to be like a battle cry? Let's take a look. But at the same time, I kind of want there to be the focus on the howl rather than having this music and such going through here, so. Besides, that didn't take very long. Vel for 31 kills, me and Copycat with 5, Random Fur Geek with 18, and me with 14. Yay! I did something. Musketeer and Monk Scrolls going to Paldo, Random Fur Geek, time for the howl. Well, how's Sacred Paranoia, the directions in the right? I mean, I don't want to cheapen it by having a lot of stuff happening. So, here's a new scene. Hey! Time for our howl while we sit by the fire. You're home? Welcome home. Just now. Alright. It's time for our little ritual of our 8 o'clock howl, although it's now 8:04. Do this kind of stuff at the beach back to back home? Yes. I mean, it's very calming. We've got our little campfire, we got the oceans lapping. I don't have any sound effect for ocean, but alright. Campfire howl? Campfire howl it is. Here we go. Oh! No emote screen? Yes. I did forget that. There. Meow. There we go. New art of your persona? Yeah. Welcome back, Dolby. That looks like something out of Persona 5. Time for Red Dog to make the howl. Questions in. Good night. Read the notes? Yes! Please read the notes. Ran Fergie going to sleep. Couldn't go to sleep. Yeah, I forgot to put the emotes on this scene, but this is just a nice little scene when I want to sit together with everybody and relax. Alright, time to get inside before people get cold. Bloop. Van Halen's Frankenstrat pattern. did not know that. I'm not very up on some parts of pop culture, especially the music scene. Speaking of music, resume. Oh, I should pick a map too. Or Stream Raiders. I don't know, I'm just gonna put my unit somewhere. There's a Shin Megami Tensei Persona game. Kind of. But there's not quite the same kind of like mythological richness to draw from, because the Shin Megami Tensei series draws from Eastern religion, Western religion, like Norse gods, mythological creatures in all cultures around the world. So we don't have quite as much to pull in to for a Persona game, but that would be cool. Want to ask if we could go over when to use Koko and Kore, so get those mixed up often. Sure, we can do that. Gas phases to go. Not sure what you mean by that. A lot of mythological creatures are Personas. Not a majority of them. There's certainly a lot, though. I'm sure people would like to see werewolves, but we can't have all of them be werewolves or kappas or nine-tailed foxes. Egyptian cats? The Egyptian gods are in there. Like Bastet and Horus and Set. So, Foxes was asking about the word this as an adjective versus this as a pronoun. Shin Megami Tensei has personas? Yeah. I mean, in the sense that there are persona that are non-human. Gasm faces? It's up to you. You don't have to avoid them for any reason except for your own personal reasons. So, looking at the difference of Koko, I think you're confusing it actually with Kono. Because Persona in Discord under art? Sure. Wow, Nightwolf is playing Terraria? That's surprising. Oh, Kuro posted a picture eating donuts. Got a Sona wearing you got purple and black paw socks? That's cute. Socks are super cute. I actually have socks like that. So this word here is the word here, actually. I think maybe you're confusing This one means this as an adjective, meaning like this, let's say cat. As opposed to this as a pronoun. Like in the sentence, this cat is fat. As opposed to this is a fat cat. Always quite the femboy fox. We have a lot of femboy foxes in this community. You're Coco, you're here. Yes. My cat is kono meaning this something. So in this case, this is an adjective because it's has to describe something else. This cat, in other words, which one? This one. I'm pointing at it, or I'm indicating it with my hand, or something. This version of this cannot stand on its own. You need to have a noun after it. This cat would be kono, yes. Alright, since people want to translate this one, sure. Let's do it. Kono neko ga uttoi desu. Your keyboard typing is a little bit, got a few mistakes in it, but don't worry. Compared to, yes. これが太い猫です。Oops. これが太い猫です。Too much coffee? It's too concentrated if you're drinking espresso. Bargaming also wants a minute of Japanese. Again, I haven't had time to put even the previous requests in. There's just stacking up. Also, debu. It's kind of rude to use that one. I mean, the difference between saying something is futoi, which means like a little bit large in the middle section, as opposed to calling someone like a blob or a chubby chub. Like, it's a little bit rude. So do you see the difference between kono and kore? Kore can stand on its own. It does not need a noun after it because it replaces the noun. See how it says this plus something? You need this something after it. This cat, this pen, this day, this camera, person, woman, man, whatever. Your persona's body? We all do, Stolby. We all want that. You are not alone in this. So that would be redundant. That would be grammatically incorrect. That would be a, oh, you don't really know how to speak the language, kind of incorrect. That's how bad that would be. Unless you were speaking so informally that you're like, that cat. And that's it. That's your whole sentence. It makes you sound, it would make you sound a bit like a Neanderthal. Like pointing at a cat and saying, that cat. Yes, that's a cat. Uh-huh. Would you use... Oh, let me... これが太い尻です. Well, that would also be a little bit rude, pointing at someone's butt and saying, that's a fat butt. I would probably prefer you would use, if you're pointing at my butt, to say, それは丸いお尻です. If you're calling it round, that would be more flattering than saying that it's fat. Fire good for Ed. Yes. Wants to make you laugh. That's part of what I do. Koko is a cat? No! Koko is the place. Koko means here. You like big butts and you cannot lie? I mean, you can. Do you like big butts? There you go. That's a better one. That's a fat butt. It's a large butt. It's the size of Mount Fuji, so that's pretty big. Well, he's a nicer way of saying Debbie. Yes, absolutely. Neko is a cat, yes. Sad you didn't keep it? That was horrible. That song, singing that song, blah. Macro fox bot? It is a macro fox. Most of the Japanese is rude Japanese. Some people just are automatically drawn to the worst of any language. I've talked to people who said, I know how to swear in like 16 languages. I'm like, why is that what you concentrate your brain power on? To learn the rudest, most offensive phrases in every language. That's just speaks more to your priorities, I think. Easy to remember? If that's what you put your mind to. The things you focus on are the things that matter to you. Therefore, if the only things that stick in your mind are rude and offensive words, it's because you value them. Sometimes living off Nico Nico memes isn't a good way of learning Japanese. Living off any memes is a bad way to learn. Same thing though. There. Yeah, don't go into that whole thing about how it's the most versatile word in the language. I've heard that many times before. That adjective plus noun. That fox is sexy. Sore. That pronoun. That is a sexy fox. But I'm a meme? Not really. Off JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in Japanese? Yes, but you didn't understand it. Having a subtitled version doesn't mean that you can speak Japanese all of a sudden. The one talking right now? I guess I'm the only one here, at least on camera. We have a lot of foxes, though, in chat. Yeah, I guess I should do this for all of these. Because I forgot to do a version with, forgot to do a version in Romaji. That teacher is sexy. You have a thing for teachers, foxes. You got a slightly wrong letter there. You got Tsukushi there, Commodore. Would that need na? No, it doesn't, because it doesn't have a noun after it. Only because you put des, you don't need the na. Got. Wait. Cool. Sono tsune ga hot for teacher. I mean, that's why for Halloween there are sexy teacher costumes. That's a thing. Also, in case people wanted to know, the word for sexy is imported to Japanese as... Here, I'll do it in Japanese too. Sexy. Yes. Up with you and vowels seem to get the wrong ones in English, and you got too used to more. Yeah. I mean, switching keyboards is quite the exercise in patience. Yeah, hot teacher once? I'm sure you had a lot of hot teachers, but you probably just didn't appreciate them. Sore ga sexy na kitsune desu. See, here's where you need the na. in hiragana. I know, Commodore, because for the beginners, I'm writing the kanji out in all hiragana regardless of what it is. That is deliberate. Chisel face, a bit of scarf, worked out, speech teacher. That's not objective. That is very much your subjective opinion. Not everyone's into that. In your question, Foxes, I would probably end my sentence instead of saying tadashi no kawari ni desho is how I would end that sentence. But in terms of masculine standard beauty, not everyone is into that. I mean, unless your teacher looked like the statue of David, it's hard to agree on an objective standard of beauty. Don't crash, you're back now. Finish your espresso. You're already having a racing heart and high blood pressure. Why did you finish your espresso? You probably should have watered it down or waited, Dolby. Fanboy, yeah, see? Not everyone likes the, like, chiseled face. Most common subjectivity. The popular sensibilities, yes. I told you to use it. I'm saying that when you are yeah, you use a kappa. That's fine. That's fine. Oops. That's wrong. However, I would also put a caveat on that, Soba, that part of the problem before was saying, you were saying, oh, I made an insulting comment, but I'm joking, therefore I said that you should put some sort of marker on there because you said, oh, I'm joking. Everyone should be able to tell that I'm joking, but not in print. And so I said, you need an emote. However, that being said, just putting a kappa face on the end of a phrase where you're trying to deliberately be insulting and then pass it off as a joke is not fine. That's just trying to get away with being insulting. So, I don't want to see that from anybody here in chat. Post a video in Discord getting good at char. Yeah. Ever get a selfie? You've already given me a selfie, Dolby. You mean in Discord though? In the public Discord channels. Trying to overdo the roasting humor? It's only roasting if the person has like given you tacit permission to do so. If you are quote unquote roasting somebody who wasn't asking for it, then you're just being insulting. You agree? Yeah, thank you. Selfie with your unfinished guitar. All right. Sounds good. You think you're a Kappa joke? I mean, I don't really know the guy whose face that is. It could be true for all I know. I mean, we may as well finish off the triumvirate of here, there, and over there words. I mean, the reference to Japanese mythology, yeah, Kappa are river spirits, river imps. Kappa guy is an OG dev at Twitch who liked Japanese culture. I heard that he doesn't work there anymore. Wax on, wax off. If you're trying to make the butt smoother, sure. That mountain over there is pretty. Can anyone help me translate this sentence so that I'm not just writing out all of this text? Let's get some interaction here. Get the class involved. While I drink some of my apple cider. That was one of the things I bought at Trader Joe's yesterday. A big jug of apple cider. Okay, there you go. Commodore's taking a crack at it. Ano yama ga ire. I'd put this at the end just because. Sure. That's a good one, Commodore. Yeah, you could put that at the end. I've been keeping most of these phrases in that middle neutral formality level, because I think that's a good place for beginners to start at. After that, you can start adding embellishments to the end of the sentence to make it more casual, to make it a little bit more of a, not soliloquy, a monologue. Switching over to the Stream Raiders. See if I can take these spiders by myself. Off in the lower right. Pop. Wow. Velfra cleaning house here. Velfra 67 kills. Paldo with 16. Assists 20 from Velfra. Paldo with 18. 3 scrolls going to King Wolf. Next. Another chest, and then the Turkey Boss. Do you hear any howls at 8 that are not yours? They don't really howl in my neighborhood here. The only times I've heard howls at 8 o'clock, were when I'm in San Francisco proper. Cheetos went through you? Are you lactose intolerant? Back from scrolling. Welcome back, Spider Trans. On it. You love milk, just foods I body don't agree with. That's what lactose intolerant means. You love eating the food, but your body disagrees with them. Cheese, milk, ice cream. People love those. And they're lactose intolerant, so they pay the price for it later. If you're lactose intolerant doesn't mean that you hate those foods. It means that your body doesn't produce enough lactase to break down the lactose. And therefore, you get a lot of like undigested food. Or you get digestion incompletely, which means you get a lot of gas. And sometimes you get diarrhea. I always find cheese and milk and stuff. Maybe there's some ingredient in Cheetos that your body doesn't like, but something like that. Random plants in the forest and blackout. Possibly because you're eating poisonous plants. Probably not a good idea. That... Oh, I forgot to do... Did I do one? Yeah. That is a pretty mountain. あれは、ほら、あれが、きれいな山です。Oops, did it in the wrong order again. There we go. Assumed a gluten allergy. That's possible too. Because I assume that they have some kind of gluten, some kind of flour in there. Although, I thought they were mostly made of corn, maybe. That's a pretty butt. You know how to say that now, I assume. Haisha. Rating with 1 viewer. Welcome, Haisha. Playing Osu. Yes. How was that? The Yin raid? Hong Kong? That's a fox. Hyenas, I assume, would have a different sound. Aisha. How you doing? How was Osu? It was something. That's probably accurate. Does she know how to say that? We can talk about it. It was one of my best friends for the most part until later on the stream. Hey, you needed to warm up. I know it was so good. Wow. That's cool. I don't think I've ever tried that. My work surface is very small, so I don't know if I would have enough room to play Osu properly. Playing window mode to see chat in the game at the same time, but I didn't think it cost one to make. Sounds like you need a second monitor. See if you can find a cheap one for Cyber Monday. Or maybe even a free one that somebody's willing to give up. When games require a lot of concentration, that's part of the reason why I don't want to play like really intense games on the stream on the rare occasions when I do play games, because I want to be able to read chat. Living after midnight instead of smoke on the water? It's an unusual choice. Another monitor? It's hard to go back to one monitor after living with two. You just feel like you are so limited with your real estate. Or webcam, considering I use my phone as my hand cam. Well, that's supposed to be one of the new features of animes. The replacement for face rig is that for people who don't have a webcam, to be able to use your phone as a webcam. But question is, what's a Japanese phrase that is very common to hear, important to know, that you wouldn't have expected to be very common? And a common phrase that sounds like it shouldn't be that common. Well, I mean, what surprises me actually is how much English has sort of invaded Japanese and how common that's become, because occasionally I'll hear people say, even on TV, they'll say, "Thank you. Thank you very much." I'm like, wait, what? Konnichiwa is common, if that's a phrase. It is common, but you would assume that that would be used commonly there. Children HD resolution. Yeah, I'll have to check out animes as well, because when I tested it out on stream, it was not great. The customization, after getting used to face rig customization was terrible. What does the fox say? Thank you for the host, Polar Plays. Little black cat friend. Well, they meant commonly in the US. Yeah. Yeah, I don't... There are common Japanese phrases in American English now. It's kind of funny listening to, like, Food Network or a cooking channel, except they mispronounce a lot of them. Like, the word sukosh has become common language in cooking. I think it got imported a while ago, but it's started to make kind of a comeback. Much as I want to, I should head to bed. Thank you for the stream. Hope you have one for the rest of your night. Oyasumi. Oyasumi 特別で優しいキツ先生。ありがとう。おやすみ、フォクセズちゃん。そうですね。明日話しましょうか。君とちょっと話がありますね。Going off on a tangent, I'm in AP European history now. We were talking about how the US forced the Japanese to open their borders, spreading the Industrial Revolution. The Japanese were using katanas and armor, while many advanced do guns, at least, and factories. Yes, I mean, that's sort of the plot behind The Last Samurai. The fact that rapid modernization and industrialization was becoming the thing, except it was running into the old culture and the old ways. Series of hosts, from Polar Plays to Prodigy to Wheelie Husky. Very interesting. If that, they could show The Last Samurai as a movie in your class if they wanted to. Find rigs on VRM for animes. You normally have to edit them on Unity or something. Yeah, that's one of the major downsides, the drawbacks to animes, is that all of the rigs that you've had now, up until now, for face rig will not work for animes. Apparently you cannot become a Japanese citizen unless you're born there. For the most part, that is true. There are exceptions. Hi, Prodigy. They have offered Japanese citizenship to foreigners on very rare occasions, including they wanted an athlete for the World Cup, so they offered him U.S. citizenship to be on the Japanese team. Also, you kind of have to fight for it if one of the parents is Japanese and the other is not. Then it becomes a little bit of a legal struggle. Last I've heard, it's kind of a sexist legal argument. Haikun, yeah, they do believe that. Yeah. I'm a big weeb. I don't like that word. How many classes did you miss? Quite a few, actually. The polling cars are only 20 feet apart. I believe that. I mean, that's trench warfare, which was dumb. So people keep requesting accents in Japanese that I haven't been able to get to because I haven't had time. Chat is going so fast. So people are requesting all these things, and usually I just refund the points at the end because I don't have time to get to it. Online's honor thing will also increase deadliness of smoothbore muskets. Yeah, it was dumb. A Japanese citizen local mom has a kid with Japanese citizen American. If you're both citizens, we're talking about if one parent is not a Japanese citizen, then it becomes a legal fight. And the courts have ruled that if the father is Japanese and the mother is a foreigner with no Japanese citizenship, the kids are not Japanese citizens. No, wait. The children are. Wait, what was it? I think the argument was that in one case they are, in one case they aren't, depending on the nationality. I think they said if the father is a citizen, then the kids are Japanese citizens. But if only the mother is Japanese, then the kids are not citizens. Line battles were out in the open. Yeah, the British famously did that, and it was dumb. Here, let's line up while we shoot at each other. Wait, stop, reload. Oh, someone died? Well, take their place. Go stand in their place where they just got shot. Doesn't make sense? Because Japanese law is very sexist and leans towards a patriarchal command of things. Therefore, the father has more of a tie to Japan than the mother, apparently. British in every country until the 1900s, except for 1776. When the Americans hid in the woods while they fired at redcoats, and the British thought, that's so cowardly. Stand out in the open where we can shoot you. Derogatory term? They are derogatory terms, but they're not Japanese derogatory terms. They're derogatory terms about... It's a foreign-derived word. This is a word that was created by a foreigner to talk about foreign people who like Japanese. So, it wouldn't mean anything in Japan. It's not a Japanese word. Take water? I'm gonna have more apple cider. Japanese culture revolved around... Old Japanese culture revolved around men and kind of exists today there. Yeah. Japan has the lowest percentage of female CEOs and management out of any developed country in the world, as far as I No. France, Spain, and the Netherlands were in the Revolutionary War. That's very well known that France was in the Revolutionary War. France's blockade of the British Navy is basically what allowed us to not get crushed. Spain and the Netherlands is definitely a lot less known. Weeb itself in Ukraine was a Western equivalent of otaku, so it's not bad to call someone a weeb on the other hand. I'm also one of the feel comfortable. Yeah, I think that's weird. I think that's people wanting to just make another term. I mean, I've had people arguing with me like that weeb was never offensive, that it was always the lesser form, but it's the same word. Reclaim is, as Seitobi said, has been reclaimed. That they're trying to say, well, now we're going to make it less offensive because we like this word. But the thing about that is it's weird because it's not like African American people reclaiming the N-word or LGBT people reclaiming queer, because it's not a word that was used against you in an offensive. I mean, I guess it was, but not really. It's pretty inoffensive in either country. It's I don't know if I have the patience right now to re-legislate that. France was America's main ally. France was America's main ally in the sense that Benjamin Franklin did a lot of diplomacy with France. I think Spain and the Netherlands declared war on Britain just because they saw an opportunity to cripple Britain and said, hey, let's watch them get knocked down a peg. It tells me that Japan's a more traditional country compared to some other countries around the world. It depends on what you mean by that, Haisha, in the sense that yes, Japan isolated itself for 400 years and therefore was a lot slower in adopting technology and more modern social thinking. However, if you mean more traditional, as in the mindset being slower to change, I would say that some Middle Eastern and African countries have kept their way of thinking for longer. The mindset predominant in the African countries and in countries that adhere to Islam as one of their main tenets means that some of their way of thinking hasn't changed since the 6th century AD. Thought weeb was a made-up word that made fun of people who like anime. Yes, it is a made-up word. It was a made-up word from a webcomic. Heard today that Japanese suicides this year outpaced American COVID deaths. I haven't seen the numbers, so I can't say one way or the other. However, Japanese suicides have always been, unfortunately, very high. Hey, it's Kiero. Sorry, I'm getting late because chat's going way too fast for me to read everything properly. I wonder why so well you get new technology, better cannons, caps-lock muskets, cartridge firing rifles, and combine them with line battle tracks the other countries are phasing out for the US, and you get carnage. Yeah, it's... I mean, war is dumb. That was the shortened form of dweeb? I mean, that's not a bad assumption to make if you have no information to base it off of. However, it does come from weeaboo, which is just something that they threw together. There's no etymology short of where it comes from, the webcomic The Perry Bible Fellowship, which was 20 years ago, I think. You try to reclaim a word, you still get its baggage. The only way to like fully reclaim a word is you have to insist that it's a positive word long enough for the generational gap to widen such that the point that the younger generations never learn the negative form. American Revolution inspired the French Revolution was quite awful. I mean, every revolution's going to be awful, but the revolution's getting rid of institutional oppression. It's going to be bloody, but it's necessary for freedom and human rights. French Revolution had a great cause to turn into a murderous dictatorship. Not every revolution turns out correct. Turns out a just one. Alan Guillotine, you're not speaking as revolution. Yes, that's true. And the one being guillotined for crying at her husband's execution. There have been people who have reportedly executed for not crying loud enough at the North Korean funeral for their dear leader. Said, well, you're not crying hard enough. You must have actually hated him. And then they get punished or executed. That's what happens when you create an autocracy. Another mindset, but I can see how Middle Eastern countries are a lot more stubborn when it comes to their mindset. Please, I don't know anything about African countries. Yeah. Personally use weeb to refer to myself since now it seems more of a community thing from outside perspective. Yes, weeb is supposed to be used, and so weeaboo is used for people who tried to claim Japanese culture as their own. Basically, what I've seen anime similar to a Koreaboo. It's not a sense of claiming Japanese culture as their own. They're claiming that it is superior to their own. But, I mean, there was already a term for that. A term that I consider, like, less goofy. Before people trying to reclaim weeb, which, as Mr. Bips said, does resemble dweeb a lot. People used to use the word Japanophile. Besides South Africa taking a long time in apartheid, but that's about it. Oh, South Africa is fairly progressive compared to some of the countries and other countries in Africa. More war? Yeah, war's dumb. A lot of the Valkyries in Apocalypse now. Yeah. You have all the Perry Bible Fellowship books. You're probably one of the few people who actually recognizes that as a thing. I'm sure a lot of these people today don't know what that is. Revolution works some, even though they basically reinstalled the Emperor Napoleon. Yes, And that's a lesson in populism. Populism is where national feelings and jingoism lead to blindness to fascism and installing somebody like Napoleon, like Hitler, by saying, yeah, we're so awesome, we're better than everyone else, therefore, hey, since we're so much better than everyone else, let's beat everyone else down because we're obviously fit to rule. Most armed revolutions end up like Cuba. Armed revolutions may start out well-intentioned, but they sometimes backfire. Otaku sounds too nerdy. Otaku is the actual word from Japanese, though. I don't see why people want to claim the word weeb when you can just use otaku, which is an actual word. That doesn't make any sense. If you like Japanese culture so much, why don't you use an actual Japanese word? Like, wouldn't that make more sense? Otaku is an actual Japanese word and kind of frowned on, except it's not. Otaku is a better word than weeb is here. A yellow fever fetish. That's like World War II era thinking, and it's very outdated to use yellow fever. I'm trying to say good. No, I understand. That's fine. Tactician. Yeah, I know. Otaku at one's home? Yes. No, in the sense that in Japanese culture, being an expert was being synonymous with like having your art, having your craft at your home. That's why the kanji for house is also synonymous with a profession or being an expert at something. I feel like I'm getting accused of nerd, but you're not. You're not! Dolby, you imagine trouble where there is none. You imagine insults and slights where there is none. There's other people in the community that are like, oh, I want to apologize for XYZ. I'm like, I'm not upset! You don't have to apologize when I'm not upset. Or when no one's upset. Don't go looking for trouble before it arrives. It's because otaku sounds too weird. It's a foreign word! Does otaku mean again similar to introvert? No. Otaku is basically the Japanese word for geek. Like, oh, I'm totally geeking out over this. It's become a positive word in the West. Weeb isn't even spelled like in Japanese. Yes, it's not a Japanese word. It doesn't even pretend to be a Japanese word. Otaku means literally at one's home, but it culturally means smelly nectar. I think you're adding connotations all on your own, Commodore. Otaku just means somebody who is slightly obsessed with something. Now, if you're going to say, oh, nerd or geek means living in parents' basement with video games and eating Cheetos, that's all on you. That's you injecting your own biases into the word. That's not in there. That's not in the word otaku. always worry about insulting others. Yes, but the problem, Dolby, is when you're imagining insults and slights and then worrying that you offend somebody, is that you sometimes tend to overreact. And you're like, I'm gonna leave because I've offended everyone, when no one's offended, and you leaving just means that we don't get your company. Weeb is domestic in that we're creating a nonsense word about something where there was already a word. It doesn't make sense. No Shave November? I don't get all these challenges. I don't see why that's necessary. Is this told that by someone else? You leave, you were around the table? No, you didn't. You did not need to leave. There's you and several other people in the community who are like, oh, I feel bad, I feel depressed, I feel like I've hurt everybody, and you leave, just means that you've cut yourself off from your support network and you're suffering alone when you don't need to do that. All you're doing is making the problem worse. And that's what happens when you assume people are mad or upset without asking them. You're letting your worst fears run away with your imagination. Get worried when a community plays the same game as their haters? Kind of, yeah. I remember Sensei back in my high school Japanese class, the definition of otaku here in the US is not what otaku means in Japan. Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned this on stream, that there is an official government-sponsored otaku test to be certified in various subjects as an official otaku. If that were a bad thing, no one would want it and it wouldn't be government sponsored. Weiss, hi. Don't call us tuna kuromaguro, do they? Yes! Yes, they do! Yes, they absolutely do! You're assuming that people don't. People who love sushi will absolutely call it kuromaguro. People who love sushi know the names of fish in Japanese better than I do. I'm not mad, I'm frustrated. I'm carrying down the street making tuna casserole, not me. I'm saying that I don't know a lot of the names of fish in Japanese. However, there are probably hundreds of thousands of people who know maguro means tuna in Japanese. And they will order it when they get sushi. Guess I'm growing an issue of not wanting to offend people after being told I'm annoying for years and years. Yeah, that's baggage that you have to unpack. None of us are saying that. That's like saying, oh, I've been abused by people, therefore I automatically assume everyone's going to abuse me. You have to get past that, and partially by hanging out with people who won't abuse you. So you can see that there are people who don't want to do that to you. But if you just assume, yeah, you're all the same, you all are mad at me, you're all gonna do the same thing that I've been scarred by in the past, that slows your recovery. And when you cut yourself off from the people who are supposed to be helping you, we can't help you anymore. Hey, Crypto. A white person would speak Japanese just because the word existed before the English language. The Japanese words are getting imported into English all the time. You're talking about people using sushi, umami, samurai, ninja. These are becoming English words. They're in the dictionary. They're using the Japanese term because that's the term that describes it properly. Guam native Chamorro and love sushi. Yet I know my Japanese term sushi already could hide. Yeah. Because people who enjoy it will use the proper terms. Otaku should be used more than weeb is a fallacy because weeb is an English word and we're using it only in English dominated country. But that's contradictory. When you're saying that quote-unquote weebs are people who love Japanese culture more than their own, would prefer to use an English term over a Japanese one, that doesn't make any sense. That's like saying, I love sushi, but I don't want to call it sushi because I live in America. So I'm going to call it raw fish on rice. Yes, that's the best term for it. What? Don't want to be a burden? You're not a burden. That's one of the main things you have to get through your head, Dolby. You're not a burden. Cyfox, hello. Weeb isn't a real word, though. It's kind of slang. Yeah. It's not a real word. It was made up by a comic artist 20 years ago. So is otaku? I think the term otaku precedes weeb and weeaboo. It's in katakana, it's not a real word. Well, actually, it is a real word that has its own kanji. That's why I'm saying you should probably listen to me because I have more experience at this. It's not a katakana word. Western chefs using umami more? Yeah. The real names for things that are exclusive to Japanese culture. Kuro. I have no idea what's happening. Otaku is seen as cringy. That's something that people are putting on themselves. They're adding their own connotations. It's like very frowned upon to use in anime communities. Again, they're adding that themselves. I think that weeb is like 10 times worse to use than otaku. As someone who has lived in Japan. Sometimes the teacher's wrong. Okay, you go live in Japan for 14 years and see what you come up with. Well, that's you. That's you deciding that you would rather use the made-up word rather than an already established word. Two burritos are better than solid state. They're more fragile. And they're a lot larger. But that's up to you if you want to use them. We've also had, like, I've worked with equipment that has glass tubes. And then they're very easy to break. Yes, the quality is great. And yet, you shatter the tube and then the piece of hardware is useless. Weeb is a different word, meaning it sounds really dumb because it just means anime fan. Weeb is the same meaning. Weeb. It's dumb, is what I guess. It's because they've decided that they want one term over the other. They could have just as easily switched the terms because they decided that they would like the other one. It's a completely arbitrary thing that they've decided to do. By using otaku and talking to the Japanese community. Again, that's on you. Like tube amps? Yes, we had one tube amp at my workplace because I work with audio. And somebody bumped it and the tube broke. And then we had to go order another tube, special order from someplace, and it was expensive. Sensei, although I've never been to Japan, I know exactly what you're talking about because Japanese culture is present in Guam as well. Yeah. Or someone made a video about their assistant buying a $500 worth of Pop-Tarts? Huh. What was the test about? In the big streams and small, plenty of people just tell me that term. Say don't want me. I'm trying things. All ability. No such place to stay with the rich teacher. Aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. No. We agree to disagree in the sense that I find that you'll almost never see someone else's point of view. Soba, you argue with everybody. Would you say Japan was overall better compared from where you live now? Better in what sense? We never found a Martian years later. Now it doesn't work better. Oops. Well, that's the problem. But don't feel bad. I mean, you still got him something. Shipping with flavors kit, which apparently is to pick everything available. So around 20 boxes. Yikes. So Glass, just want to thank you for the stream tonight. I've been writing and doing a bunch of notes, and listening to the stream has kept me up and not bored out of my mind. It's definitely not your run-of-the-mill stream tonight, Steel Sunglass. I agree that we've been heard used by different people and that you'll never take me or my points seriously, considering how you don't even take the time to consider what I get. I understand that it's a reclamation of a word that was considered offensive, but it's a completely arbitrary choice. You think you're the first person I've talked to about this? And I see the point. But I was arguing that sushi is a Japanese word. Why do you refuse to use the word sushi? Because it's not originally an English word? I'm not going to get involved in the AMP talk. I understand it from the hardware's point of view as far as making the sound come out. I'm not exactly a judge of the quality of the amps. SK Barrett. You're like the third or fourth SK that I've met. But you got Giuseppe's emotes. Welcome, SK Ferret. Only semblances with many or time. I'm not sure if semblance is the correct word for that sentence, but I understand what you're meaning. Can help you with the guitar amp talk. I don't need to get involved, actually. I just make sure that the amp is connected. I let the guitar people choose their amps, Dolby, so I don't really need to know. As long as the amp is not causing trouble with the sound system. SK. Yeah, there's a lot of SKs. All highs, all lows, no mids. Ugh. When you have no mids on your equalizer, it makes it sound like a 1920s radio. Like, if you want to, like, sound like you're using an old-time radio, just, like, take the EQ on whatever you're using and drop the mids, and then suddenly it'll sound like it's 1920s. Parker Meltzer, they like the hollow sound. Ugh. absolutely no knowledge on guitars, but I'll pretend like I do. Problem with pretending like you do, though, is you'll get in yourself in over your head before you realize it, and then you get caught out. Or you get called out and caught out. Joyo Kanji? We can take a look. I feel like we've redone Joyo Kanji level 1 many times. I actually have a tab here of the kanji that we stopped with. I actually think this was this level 2? This looks like level 2. Yeah, these are a little bit more complicated. Oh, just for lurking in the conversation? It's alright, you don't have to say anything or feign knowledge on the conversation in order to lurk. But I do appreciate it when you do chime in with something that you do know. So let me pull up the Joyo Kanji again. Kanji listed, ordered by grade. Boop. I'm gonna nix that one because that's not nice. Anime is less geeky these days. It's the high-tech sci-fi. Anime is less geeky. I mean, it depends on the definition of geeky that you're talking about. In the sense that geeks are more mainstream, yes, I would say that it is less geeky in the negative connotation of it. However, I would almost argue that anime is more geeky in that more people are geeking out over it. In that, so it depends on, are you saying that geek in a negative sense, or geeking out in a more positive sense? I could see it either way there. From my experience calling me from rude, I said I'm an otaku. Awkward. Looks like I said I have 9 heads. What? They don't know what I'm talking about. I say weeb. It is then like a light bulb. First said that I know it's all excessive with weeb. Well, then you can explain it. It depends on who you're talking to. I would say that there's probably a specific age group of people who understand the word weeb in a positive context, and it's a specific group of people who are saying, yes, let's reclaim it, we want to use this as a positive term. And the vast majority of people, we're talking people who are 40, 35, 40 and up, who will look at you just the same. Confused if you say otaku or weeb. So different target audience for a lot of anime. Ton of anime hits mainstream because it's general audience. I mean, for somebody, when somebody said, oh, well, you know, anime has just become a lot of big boobs and magic, like, if you take a very shallow look at what is popular, then you might see that. But there's such a wide range of anime other than what the mainstream is. I mean, that's like saying, "Oh, I looked at the bookshelf and it's all like vampire fan fiction and romance novels. Does that mean that that's all that's out there?" No. That's just what happens to be very popular right now, but the breadth of literature as a genre as a whole is so much wider than that. Fallen Gundam's Unity caught up on 41 years of lore. I mean, you don't have to know all of it. There's a lot of common Gundam tropes. New Mono Ultra Microscopic Silicovolcaniconiosis 69. I assume that's where you're going, and you probably hit the character limit for Twitch. In the technical file, geeky positive sense. In that sense, then anime is more mainstream and it's becoming less stigmatized. We try to get answers. We're trying to move on because we're not making any progress. Boba. Yeah. Well, I imagine if you're still running VHS in your house, Dolby, that your computer is probably a little outdated too. Made in Japan, every TV, VCR, video game console. Everyone's got a right to be proud of their country. Oh, how long has this battle been ready? Beef. In my PC days, your console only? Consoles have their place, but at the same time, they make a lot of... Consoles are very clunky for a lot of things. They're good for games, but trying to make them into, like, internet browsers is kind of meh. Alright, Taisha, have a good one. Coconut the Griffin Owl. Sorry I missed your follow notice, or it didn't pop up or something. Velfra, 7 kills. Copycat Prime, where's Paldo with 4? Copycat Prime with 4 assists. Beatlesman with 3. Hey Beetle, haven't seen you actually in stream tonight. Copycat Prime, Princess Katsume getting 3 epic scrolls. Good stuff. Battle time with the boss. Boss chest. Get at least 1 unit in and you're eligible for the boss chest. If I recall, this is the one the turkeys keep spawning, so I think it's probably best if I get my barbarian unit in there. Maximum, you don't want to consume all of Gundam in order of release. There's some very, very slow Gundam series. Especially the really early ones. They just drag on. I think it's probably okay if you get the summary of the events and kind of move on. Particularly if you're getting into like Gundam 00 series. And don't even touch like G Gundam and all that. Blah, blah, blah. How you are learning kanji, you simply just memorize the short order and you learn mnemonics. Learning kanji, you have to kind of start with just plain memorization. Then you start to pick up tools for learning them, like learning radicals. Learning, oh, this part of the kanji means that it has something to do with this. Therefore, you can start to compartmentalize them. And then after that, like, the best thing you can do is just to start see the kanji sort of out in the wild. Like I've mentioned a couple of times that kanji, I was having trouble with them, learning them here when I moved to Japan and started seeing some of them every day on the train in ads. Like, they just became more accessible. So part of it is making them more part of your environment rather than just something you pull out every so often and try to like ram your head into it until one of them cracks first. Different universes are got different colonies, all the different politics, goals. Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, you have ones that are more about colony versus galactic politics versus ones that are set on a particular world. Yeah, that's true. Technophile genres that make me an anime fan aren't there anymore unless you're not intimidated by a decades-old franchise. They've been reinvented. I would say that not that they don't exist, but that they're taking new forms. There are definitely mecha, techno, sci-fi anime, yes. Hey, consolers, play what you want. Yeah, but the problem is that the consoles then start fighting with exclusives and characters that never leave the platform. Like, if you want to play a Mario game, you have to play on a Nintendo console. But if you want to play, like, Little Big Planet, that's never going to leave the Sony consoles. So that's kind of the annoying thing about platform exclusives. It basically forces you to like prioritize characters and experiences and genres. But you know, I played Xbox and Nintendo consoles. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of inertia to stick with what you know. I've stuck with the Sony consoles. I haven't really played Xbox games. Exclusives matter. That's what I was saying. That was the only company I get confirmed about because of Mario found. Yeah. And that's why they refuse to license Mario out to other platforms, because they know it gives them a huge advantage. Mario games, Zelda games can't go anywhere else other than Nintendo. Console wars are idiotic tribalism. There's part of that, but it ultimately, for a lot of people, just comes down to which characters and game experiences do you want to play. It goes beyond tribalism just to what has the highest demand. Outside of that, if the game is released on all systems, why would it matter what system you get on? It's the same game with different controls. Different controls, different controllers, sometimes different performance. It used to be that that Bayonetta was a platform exclusive, and then they ported it to all consoles, except it was way better on some consoles than others, either because of hardware limitations or because of the existing optimization at the time of release. Does it matter? It's nice that other people had it on other platforms, but it did matter which one you got it on. People are like, oh, this version's okay, that one's terrible. Macross or Gundam? Gundam. Macross, like, lost me a long time ago. Macross started to feel more like a soap opera. Xbox runs fine. If that's what makes you happy, then do that. Captain Harlock? Yeah, definitely old school Commodore. About newer Gundam. But that's the same thing. It's series evolve for new tastes. Like, let's look at the Star Trek movies. Older Star Trek took its time on individual episodes for the individual stories, longer arcs. But now you look at the new Star Trek movies done by J.J. Abrams. They're more fast-paced, they're more action, more love between characters rather than necessarily finding love with other races. It's like tastes evolve over time. That doesn't mean that you can't find anything to match what you want. You just may have to change to a different series. There's going to be something out there for you. G Gundam series where they use Gundams for fighting tournaments, something like that, Shining Finger, song, and meme. There's it's a Gundam series where they control the Gundam with musical instruments. That's a hokey one. Iron-Blooded Orphans 50 episode? Yeah, it depends. They just kind of like spin off series and see what sticks, what's popular, and then they'll just like keep running with it. See, Super Mario Galaxy, I see people playing it, but I never played those games. Like, I was in Japan and I never had a Wii. Never got Sunshine. I had a GameCube though. Hey Soba. In fact, have you always sounded so calm, or do you have to take special steps to be people boss and would be as chill as you? I mean, I just try to not get too worked up over stuff. We were just talking about how I don't enjoy like people raging out on their Let's Plays or on their Twitch streams. I'm like, anger is such a waste. Business practice called vendor lock-in. Yeah, I mean, it's a deliberate marketing strategy. Like, if you were to license your characters out to other platforms, you'll make tons in royalties and licensing fees, but then your hardware goes down in value. But at the same time, hardware costs, sometimes companies will sell their consoles below cost because software is where the price is. Software is where they get the most money. Tokoyami, welcome back. It's been a long time. Again, people redeeming more Japanese, but I haven't had time to let the chat go for a while. Wii, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3. See, the Wii to me was an overhyped console. It took them a couple of tries to get the motion controls like okay. I didn't enjoy the Wii. Even I had to play it at other people's houses, did not enjoy the Wii. Not enough games, not enough precision on controls. PlayStation Move actually did a much better job on... They did the best job as far as technical precision of motion controls. Because the silly sensor bar on the Wii was weird. You had a lot of interference from things, and you needed line of sight. Xbox 360 have the best control of all time and the best games for it. I always thought the Xbox controllers were too large. And I didn't really like the rounded buttons on the Xbox. You're done singing karaoke, says Kakotora. Alright. Is it more enka? Who's biased to grow up on the Wii Xbox? There's always a lot of subconscious bias. There's gonna be a pen. Personally, I don't mind it because I have PS4 and Switch, but I can see it not being fun. Well, in your case, Steel Sunglass, you have the funds to be able to have two current generation. Well, I mean, PS5 just came out, but I mean, PS4 is still basically current generation. You have enough money to own two current generation consoles. Not everyone has that ability. Google Master, hello. Didn't notice you're here? No, I'm just falling way behind on chat. Why I'm way behind. Original Xbox? Yeah. Nice. As well as an own Nintendo, some years I killed my PS4 and we I've been through 4 or 5 Xbox 360s all died in different ways. Ugh. Bleh. New Star Trek sucks? I disagree. I enjoyed the new Star Trek movies. Three different Wiis? Bad batch? Could be. How much is taste and how much is confused marketers? No, I think they're very deliberately holding on to exclusives. Or we watch a Star Trek show? Ooh. There's going to be a lot of arguments about which show you should start with. Some people will say Next Generation, some people will say Deep Space Nine, some people will say Voyager, some people will say Enterprise. Personally, I think Voyager is a good place to start, or Next Generation. Guns run on music, not emotions. Depends on which series. If you're talking about like X or Wing, like those are more emotional, sinking Gundams that are more like Evangelion. Let's get controllers repaired and the volume up does not work. Yeah, that's the annoying thing. Controller drift. Switch, they got the games, but man, their hardware. Bleh. You only had 2 or 3 years. I had mine for a couple of months before I started seeing controller drift. It was annoying.
We're gay like a fox.
Connect? No. Love bread. Sorry for last time. I don't even remember. Fluffy loaf for bread. It's fine. Don't worry. You haven't seen me in like 4 months? Yeah, I know you, Tokoyami. Although you don't have your your Tokoyami profile pic here on Twitch, but you had it in the Discord. I remember you. Your drift joystick wouldn't work. Drift is bad, especially when you're playing like a first-person shooter. You have drift, suddenly you're spinning in circles. Bring a jumbo beach ball to a fur meet. Well, hope you don't mind losing it, because it could get popped or stolen. I'm really pissed about a copy of Holo 4 not working even after my toothpaste repair. It depends on the silicates in your toothpaste, Dolby. Some toothpastes may work better than others. What is silicate? It's sand. You are basically grinding down your disc. Maybe use a different toothpaste. Maybe look at which ones work better for disc repair. Joysticks are crap for Joy-Cons. It's a shame my left Joy-Con is usable. Yeah, left Joy-Con especially. It gets used more, but it drifts more. Joy-Cons die in months sometimes. Buffs and PS5 aren't portable. The number of times that I've played my Switch outside of my house or outside of the hotel room where I'm staying, very few. I don't mind if it's not portable. So you're asking about Itsudemo and Itsumademo. Itsudemo being anytime. Itsumademo means like until like forever. Like forever. So those are very different. Good old GameCube controllers. Yeah, GameCube was a weird controller, but it was moderately like sturdy. Which means good turbo graphics in dock modes. It's capped though. My complaint is I have a 4K TV and the Switch caps out at 1080p. And like, blah. I overhyped Legendary's game selection. I thought there were not enough games that I found interesting on the Wii. Nope. Wii U was worse. Wii U was worse. Yes. Maybe it's because you grew up on it. I think so. A lot of gimmick games. A lot of games trying to highlight, yes, we've got motion control. Okay. How many kinds of frisbee, tennis, and golf are you gonna play? Guitar Heroes? Guitar Hero was on multiple platforms, though. GameCube is best? GameCube was pretty darn good. But again, another console that died a very sad death. Actually very similar to the Dreamcast. A cute little machine with great games that just did not get the support that it needed. Just some games use the remote control poorly. You could hold the controller as steadily as you could and it would make a giant circle on the screen. It looked like you had like jittery 80-year-old hands holding a Wii controller. In this defense, with their focus on hardware gimmicks, there are more games which don't really work on other platforms. But other platforms do have it. Like, if you ported Wii motion control games to PlayStation 3 or 4 with the Move controller, it would work just fine. It doesn't need PlayStation, Xbox on the same front. Yeah, it's true. It's smart because their hardware never stacks up. They're appealing more to the slightly more kiddie game market than Xbox and PlayStation, which are trying to be like, we're going to do cutting edge graphics. Nintendo has never claimed to do cutting edge graphics, and they can't really fight on that front. First controller Xbox was meaty. First Xbox console was meaty. Of course, Enka. Yep. I am supposed to place an Xbox game series as a PC and exclusivity deals. Well, I mean, Xbox and PC, like, the code is not that different. I mean, not enough games? Because I only grew up with some of the Nintendo consoles, there were not enough games that would grab me to say, yeah, I really need to buy a Wii console. I mean, like, playing at my friend's house, like, once a week was plenty enough Wii for me. 64 on a GameCube, barely remember them. 64, I did not find a lot of great games for either. That's been my problem with Nintendo consoles, is like, there are not enough games that grabbed me. Most overrated console, most underrated. I would say the Wii is probably the most overrated console. Underrated? Underrated is possibly the GameCube. You could have 4 players without an adapter. The game discs were tiny. You had some amazing games on something that was the size a little bit larger than a $50 or a silver dollar. Fluffy Loaf of Bread, welcome back. Mario Galaxy is one of the greatest games of all time. Never played it. Except I played like 5-10 minutes of Mario Galaxy. Not a furry, could you explain the text on the screen on the right? You mean this text over here? That's Japanese. It's not about being a furry. Reach up your Xbox One controller to play with the Switch? Yeah. Because I don't want to buy any more Joy-Cons. Don't know what the text has to do with furries? I'm teaching a Japanese lesson, ostensibly, although probably spent like 20% of this stream on Japanese. That made them wider? I'd be... So, instead of buying a Joy-Con, another pair of Joy-Cons, I just bought a... like a classic controller, and I'm way happier with that. I don't want to play with the Joy-Cons. Jurassic sauerkraut. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. We're talking about prehistoric pickles. Ah, you're talking about beach ball, yes. Did you take your PS5 in the hotel room? Because I want to play games. I'm gonna check my Switch out since I use a third-party controller. I don't take the Switch either. Because the only times I've pulled out the Switch to play a game was when I'm killing time waiting for my friend to get off work. And I was playing Bloodstained. because it's a fun single-player Castlevania clone. Probably the Switch is actually pretty good for me, like I would take it with me to play with my school friends or take it on a trip. Yeah, problem is I'm playing online games a lot on the Switch, and in which case I need to be in a Wi-Fi network or I need to be at a house. In which case, if I'm at a house, I could bring the dock with me just as well. Too many casual party games clogged up the Wii. Yeah, but that's what they were marketing it towards. They were trying to say, hey, the Wii with motion controls, the ultimate party console machine. That's what they were trying to market it as, because that's how you could sell it to your parents and say, hey, everyone can play with this. The Wii is a family system, is how they're trying to get people to sell it to their parents. Trick to Wii Tennis, shave your control and win. Oh yeah, Kenny Arcade did a comic about playing Wii Tennis on the couch, just moving your wrists slightly. Shows are gimmicky, done away. Yeah, I wish that Galaxy had more of a multiplayer game. I bought a copy of it to play with my friend, and you get to control a star to go collect things. That's not a fair multiplayer experience. Beach ball and Mega Place and Headline. Alright. You got a heavy duty one. Also, they just want fun to run to them for your high tarot, micro, what's it? It's simple fun, but it's not like, it's not next gen fun. Like a lot of Nintendo games are like previous game level of technology, previous generation console. Xbox is very short. Yeah. Well, I'm still got to catch up. I wish we got a PlayStation at some point. The more generations of consoles come out, the cheaper the older ones are. You could probably get a PS3 for like $50. The motion controller annoying was a ball in the starting stage. Never even get that far because my friend got bored and we stopped playing. It was also more durable than the PS2. Yeah. Yeah. PS2 I've dropped them and then they stopped working. Mario gets never got through chapter 2. Never beat chapter 1. That's how SNES, NES, or 64 pretty overrated. SNES had an amazing library of games. SNES was pretty good. I like the SNES more than the 64. 10 minutes behind? Yeah, I know. There's all for the PS5. This is fascinating. It's like. Yeah, so everyone's talking. I don't want to skip a lot of comments. Without the necessity, you never is Mars. Yeah, that's true. I would say accept. Everyone accept me. The easiest way to say that. Except or aside from. You have two options. You'd say igai, or you can go with o nozoki. Onozoku. Yeah, let's just put u. The one in front. One in front of what? They were, but they were simple technology. X64 brought 3D and stuff to the table. There was limited 3D on the SNES. If you're saying simple technology is bad, then that means all old consoles were bad, but that's not the case. I don't know for the contribution to the fact they basically started gaming, but no. Until 5 a.m. Eastern, that's generally what I do, but I do have to get to bed. I do have work in the morning. Dislike the SNES controller, and yet they still release PC controllers based on the SNES controller. It was still a good controller. Even what they started doesn't mean they're overrated. Anything over controls. N64, yes. N64 was kind of overhyped. Was the crown? It was a nod to the fact that I have a crown in my Discord. Can you show them again? Not right now. I'm still trying to catch up. And my phone and my Switch and all I can use to play on. Yeah, I suppose. Chat wins by SoFi. Everyone has something to chime in on consoles. Controllers aren't weird. They're basically the same buttons as the original PlayStation controllers. They didn't have as many shoulder buttons on the SNES. The controller was the N64 controller, how expected to be held. Yeah, the N64 one was the first like spaceship controller. And the joystick in the middle hurt so many hands in Mario Party. Yeah, Nintendo's always trying to do something different. My 3 sound like an engine compared to the one. I've never played with an Xbox One. Original Xbox One? Yeah, true. Have you IRL Final Fantasy 14 KFC raid? Nope, never heard of that. Nope, we got our battle. Let me keep going. So much chat. Console collection, Xbox, Switch, Wii. GameCube was quite good. I liked it. Okay, Smart Movie. Again, I'm probably going to have to end up refunding your accent requests because I don't have time to get to a lot of these. Like 2 weeks ago. I miss Mario Kart Double Dash. Mario Kart Double Dash was great. I love local couch co-op and I don't get to play that enough. Who did you main in Guilty Gear? Bridget! I thought that would be obvious from the Bridget fan art that was made for me. Hey, I got most kills for the first time in a long time. Velfra and Knight and Paldo with 9 kills coming in second. Copycat Prime 26 assists, Velfra with 12. Boss I didn't get anything. Boo. Paldo, Katsume, Velfra getting epic scrolls. Reboot it. Where are we going? We can get 2 chests this way. Can only get 2 chests this way. I guess we'll go. This way. Old PC controllers, that's because old players are used to it. It's a simple controller, and it doesn't have too many buttons. SNES was good. SNES was easy to hold. You're used to for fighting games. It has a good number of buttons. Code which stream raid? I don't know if that comment's even relevant by the time I finally got to it. Hard to find them with my thumbs. Boomerang controller? Are you talking about the N64? Seeing games on older hardware. The game more refined on those, but the system say let's switch seeing games on its far more interesting. Seeing how developers pull up their game system like Doom 2016 and Bioshock Remastered. Yeah, maybe. Let's say plus another area controller with the exception of the Xbox controller and the GameCube controller. Yeah, GameCube was weird. How they wanted to have 3 sticks. Alright, good night, Kakotora. I'm probably very late getting to your comment. You need more coffee? Probably not. Probably need sleep. Switch beside Odyssey and Zelda Breath of the Wild gotta be Undertale? Yeah, but Undertale was on the PC. Definitely not an exclusive. You have all 3 Cheskins? You're so lucky, Knight. It's a great game? Yeah, it's a great game. It's not a Switch exclusive. Couch co-op doesn't exist much anymore, probably because rendered 2 screens is hard with modern quality graphics, probably because they'd rather have you pay for 2 consoles, games, than online subscriptions. But you don't need 2 screens if you're playing co-op on the same screen. I'm talking about like twin stick shooters. I'm talking about like... I mean, couch co-op exists in New Super Mario Brothers. That's fine. I like those kinds of experiences. I was 14 and KFC were holding a collaboration where we had to eat a family day dinner for a single code to be the fat black chocobo. That means if a group of friends wanted to get matching platters, they would have to each eat the meal. Wow. Huh. How does a Prime sub work? If you have Twitch Prime, you can give a sub to any one streamer per month. Unless you have Prime as a student, in which case you don't get that. You only get it for a full Twitch Prime account. GameCube controller so comfortable? It's kind of small. I thought the button layout was weird. Hey, people who like Undertale just because Sans Megalovania? No, I just think it's good because of the characters. The character writing was really good. And the battle system was different. Wow, did I actually catch up? Wow. I think people mercifully stopped writing as much until I caught up. Well, did you do the tongue face? You have to not put the space between the colon and the P. I just got to purchase Prime subs with Student Prime, but I guess they must have discontinued it last year. Yeah, they made it so that with Twitch Prime for students, you got 1, and then no more after that. Have switched to genocide, change your mind? Blah. GameCube and Double Dash. Yeah, I loved Double Dash. I left my GameCube in Japan because it cost me so much to move my stuff back to the US. Pacifist actually mattered. Pacifist was, I would consider, the true ending. No, don't spam, please. I do not want to have to clean up spam. Yeah, I think Kakotora left before he saw the terms that I was using, which I taught, which is, I think, possibly the first time I've taught these terms on stream, which they're very useful. So saying, other than this... In fact, why don't I just write it like that? Other than... Aw, Fire Gaming, you actually decided to use your Prime sub on me? You didn't have to, but thank you. Thank you so much. Oh! Howling Fox. Thank you for your support. That was also interesting that nothing really tries to go its way to kill you in that path. I mean, as far as a classic story, the pacifist run made Undertale stand out. There's plenty of games where you go through and you kill everything. Like almost every RPG. You kill everything. It's all about becoming more powerful so you can kill things faster. But the pacifist run was different. And made it a very special game, I thought. Brand new, so a lot of points, not much fun. Yeah. Undertale as a role-playing game doesn't stack up because as a killing healing, it's lacking. But as a pacifist run, perfect. Quirky, unusual, like a different take on the story. So good. Some exchange student thinking about going to Japan. For college? For high school? For how long? Like 6 months? For a year? And I don't know if you want to... I mean, I guess it is technically safer in Japan than it is in the US, but... I mean, it's good, but it's gonna be... It would be hard. Aw, thank you, Fire Gaming. Hi, Opta. Good to see you. Still doing the geometry dash. You can do pacifist in Deus Ex. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Japanese education system is much more brutal than in the US. I would agree with that. Yes. So... if you want to compare education systems between Japan and the US, like elementary school, middle school, high school in the US, you can skate by very easily. And then college, depending on where you go, can be brutal. In Japan, it's almost the opposite. School in Japan is brutal. And then college is a cakewalk in comparison. I think Japan would want me. Depends. For high school and fall semester. High school is gonna be pretty intense. They might go easy on you because it's an exchange program, because you would have to go to an international school where they speak English. So it's going to be a little easier for you. But still, curriculum-wise, they could drop a ton of bricks on you. I've been playing the top monitor. Go for it. Still dashing. Yep. That part of my understand now I have a monitor above another. Yeah. There you go. I've seen people do that. It's kind of cool. It's a little different though. It's supposed to give you choice like Telltale game going pacifist, refusing killing when Halo would be the equivalent of doing the pacifist route in Undertale. You can do it. I'm sure that it's like speed running it. You just like run through and get to the checkpoint. School in Japan is amazingly expensive, plus the home you have to live in with your host family, learning language, brutal education system. Yeah. I mean, even like if you're going to a high school that has a Japanese like uniform, it's amazing how expensive those are. Like, it looks like pants and like a buttoned like uniform shirt. That's like $300 or $400, which is like how much you'd pay for like a nicely, not like super expensive, but like nicely tailored suit here, and you have to pay for that for a uniform, and you sometimes need two because you want to have one to wear while you're washing the other one. Yeah, school is super expensive, although they might waive the cost in the exchange program. International school, someone I know wanted to send his daughter to international kindergarten, and he said that it would cost the same as the tuition for Harvard. For freaking kindergarten. Speak English? They can find people who speak English. I was also thinking Germany. I mean, Germany's interesting too. I'd be prepared for it, like, truly. Plus, in Japan, for high school, when you do exchange, you don't actually get credits for that period of time you go. So unless you can make it up also the credits you need, kind of waste in terms of high school. Yep. I mean, they can't compare apples and oranges. It's a different... You may learn some of the same facts, but it's a different... It's a different in how you measure the value of the curriculum. School technology seems a bit sad socially. Hit the nail on the head, Dolby. That's right. How do I do bits ads? You click the bits button and you click watch ad. But it depends on your region, whether there are ads for your region or whether they've already been used up. So sometimes if you're late to the party, an ad gets released and everyone watches the ad so that all the ad revenue disappears. Basically, instead of having skewed healthcare, they have skewed education. Well, the problem is, I don't know if that's an accurate comparison, because our healthcare system is skewed so that the insurance company or like the hospitals can charge like $1,000 for like a special little medical grade Q-tip. Their education is skewed in terms of it's extra rigorous. So I wouldn't say that their education system is bad. It's just that their education system is really hard. Healthcare is inflated costs and seeing to how many like hidden fees you can bury in the patient's bill, which is artificially like making health harder for some people to live, period. And that's why we need healthcare reform. And that's why I said in one of my previous streams that we need disclosure of how many politicians are getting bought out by the coal industry by the fuel and gas industry or the medical insurers so that they can keep things from getting better and from helping people. $10,000 ambulance. Yes, it totally can be. Like, if you call and get an ambulance to pick you up, that's at least $800. That's going to get charged to your insurance. If you don't have insurance, either you're going to have to pay for it or it's going to get billed to everybody through taxes. I don't know about 10,000, but maybe if you have to get airlifted, I could see $10,000 easily. There are private schools for that, including kindergarten. I don't think it's pretty expensive. Yeah, I mean, international schools are private schools in Japan because they teach in English. My grandfather, when he worked for Taylor Freezer back in the day, did some sales to a Japanese guy who would always turn around and yell at his wife in Japanese and then be real quiet to my grandfather. Yep, but that's back in the day. Now women are starting to stand up. Women are starting to get more emancipated and are able to, like, make their own choices. A $50,000 helicopter? I've never had to be airlifted, thankfully. So that takes Japan away, and so then Denmark and Germany, because those languages are easy. But I would say that learning Japanese, if you think that Danish and German are easy, then you may as well learn them here. Learning Japanese in Japan is so much better for you. Like, being able to see it in context, being able to see the environment, being able to live there, that accelerated my Japanese so much. I'm going to college in Japan, but I'm well aware how horrible education is in terms of stress, hardness. University in Japan is considered less expensive than the US, but there's also the fact that it's really hard to get a job as a foreigner. Yes, I can attest to that, say Dolby. Unless you get a job with a foreign company there. A lot of the people that I saw that were doing really well in Japan were working for foreign companies. They were working for banks. They were working for, like, foreign investment companies. They were working for, like, companies where it wouldn't be held against them to be a foreigner. Whereas all the Japanese companies, if you're a foreigner, they'll have, like, a handful of people who are not Japanese there. Got a 41 on one of my final exams, 45. It was a B. Yeah, that's goofy. Rating on the curve with such a low curve. 45 from Amazon, we have free healthcare and airlift. Yeah, that's why we need to go to socialized medicine, because you shouldn't get bankrupted because of an accident or some health issue that you can't control. The exchange is very expensive and those credits don't count for so experience wise, but generally it's just as great as you may think. It's a life experience. And getting out and experiencing the world is invaluable experience. For people that have never left their state, they tend to have a very small worldview. It's everyone around me versus the world. Still train a lot of one of your affairs? Yeah, I remember that was one of your hobbies. Yeah, free healthcare, insurance, healthcare is not really free, it's just covering things. But when the government controls the healthcare system and limits them from raising prices through the roof, yes, everyone pays for it, and everyone benefits. Host homes are bad in general. Depends on who you get put with. New coffee? I don't know if you should be having it this late. Call me Emmy. Well, Emmy is certainly easier. Sure. I don't know if I'll remember it. I'll have to. Yeah, not too much caffeine. You're already getting wired. I'm not going to Japan to learn language. I'm going because I want school there and how different it is. It's maybe worth the experience, but you just have to be prepared that it could be very hard. Isn't Japanese work culture pinned against women? Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, how there are very few female managers, how there are almost non-existent number of female CEOs, and how if any of you are watching like Agretsuko, making the women serve tea and fruit and do flowers, that's not that weird. Like, women serving tea and coffee is part of work culture. And yes, it's sexist as heck. You have to go in knowing that that's could be a thing. Took power nap? Nice. You gonna be up that long? I thought you usually go to bed around now. Japan probably doesn't want me if they hardly have foreign armies. What help is there for people like me? You can teach English. I have friends who are still teaching English. If that's what they want to do, they have families, then that works. Yeah. Free healthcare, but you pay for it in taxes. U.S. government spends more tax money per person on healthcare than Canada does. Yeah. Everyone's like, yeah, everyone has to spend more. Everyone gets taxed heavily in Canada, in Scandinavia, in Europe. Like, yeah. And they overall have better healthcare. And, like, people are not getting bankrupted by their medical bill. Victor service from Monopoly. I don't know if it was just socialized medicine. Is a bad idea? Nope. Almost every first world country has socialized medicine except for the United States. Why is there this? Because it's the United States, it's the best system in the world. The technology is some of the best. Some of the pharmaceuticals are the best. And yet, so many people are having to go work in their 80s because they can't afford the care that they need to keep living. Children, foreigners, the younger generation are a lot more open and stuff. Yeah. But the problem is that power does not transfer in Japan. And so when a CEO steps down and a new one steps up, they usually groom their successor so that they have almost the same mindset. And so hiring foreigners, probably not going to happen. Also because tradition in the company is like, well, we don't hire foreigners, so we're not going to start now. They want foreigners to become athletes and their citizens, but you can get permanent residency. You just can't be a citizen. How good people teaching me bad? It's not the only thing you can do there. Spend more money in taxes is not free. You can spend more money in taxes and spend less overall. Let's say you pay $500 more in taxes in Canada, and yet you don't get hit with a $1,000 bill. Overall, you end up in the positive. That's a net gain. They don't complain about it. I've seen articles that said healthcare in Canada, it ends up costing more. They have so much more peace of mind. I think for the most part, you have to show the Japanese government that you'd be a valuable asset of Japan. Yes and no. Labor laws in Japan dictate that you have to be more capable than a Japanese national doing the same job, which is hard to do in a lot of cases, unless you're teaching English, because obviously you know English better than somebody who was born in Japan. They get bankrupted by their taxes. That sounds like propaganda, because I don't see people in Canada who are suddenly like, I had an accident and now I'm going to be paying for it for the rest of my life. No, they're free of that. And out now, being your stream as usual, doing good work. Have a good one, Sly Fox. Thanks for hanging out. I'm starting to fall behind again. Like China, the most population is women, so I think paid to get an abortion with a girl, right? I think it's the other way. No, China has skewed their gender balance by aborting girls, and now they have a whole generation of guys who can't find wives because they didn't have enough girls. It's dumb. There are 2 countries in the world where the 49-51% ratio of men to women is so skewed because they're misogynists. India and China. And then they're like, oops, now we have so many men who are going to have to be single or get foreign wives. I think as Americans spend more money taxes than Canadians who actually get health care from me. Yeah. Medicine is expensive in the States because medical regulations are. Because hospitals are for-profit businesses and medical insurers do their best to try to deny coverage. That's not how taking care of people should be. That's how to squeeze people to death. Want to drink water to lower your blood pressure? You should probably drink water. At least the new generation is being enlightened with this. It'll take time. It'll take a long time for Japan to change its mindset. The other problem about Japan, they have a parliamentary system similar to England, similar to the US, except it would be like here if the Senate could vote its own members in Japan. The people do not vote for their version of the Senate, which means that you never get any change. They vote all their own people in. Nothing changes there. And look, it happens to be all the old rich families in Japan voting their members back into the Senate every time. $1,000 cheap for a medical bill. Yeah. And it shouldn't be. Whereas you go to the UK, Canada, heck, even Cuba, they have socialized medicine and they are more compassionate with their care. And a cheap bill will cost you like $20. Foreigners really valuing things like marketing and anime. I don't know about anime industry. They value Korean drawing. Marketing I can see because there's more of a world view there. Overall, foreigners not welcome to the working history, except in banking, English teaching, and marketing. Yeah. We're not really talking about politics. We're mostly talking about taking care of people. I think it's charged something like $1,000 for an X-ray if I had to pay out of pocket. Yeah. So many people have trouble affording healthcare. Insurance is a scam, slowly inflating bubble that pops with barriers. Yeah. And yet our entire medical system is based on insurance. Anything to become an English teacher, gotta learn Japanese first though. Baby steps. Gotta work on it. Hey, high income and property taxes and sales taxes. Yeah, you don't think we also do? And then we get bankrupted by things that we never saw coming. Well, even if we have good insurance, they'll say, "Oh, You had chicken pox. Therefore, you have a pre-existing condition and we don't have to cover this like crippling financial burden that you now find yourself saddled with. We had people testify in Congress that that was their job, to look through their medical history and find ways to disqualify them from coverage because now they have cancer or something. China and care living health. China is less of a problem. North Korea is definitely, I could see that being hellish living there. They're finding their own isolated bubble. I'm not going to touch that one. Marry each other. India will not allow it. India still does not allow same-sex marriages, although apparently there's a gay prince. But, you know, he's sort of considered the black sheep. Canadians spend less tax money on healthcare than Americans do, except tax money doesn't actually get you any healthcare. Mm-hmm. Care about America, how much money that can make? And yes, I read an article just like that on crypto. I'm falling behind. But it was basically saying that the race to stay alive with healthcare and get more money through your job, but then you lose it in healthcare, they don't have to worry about that in Canada and Europe. Peace of mind makes for nicer people. There's things most people say I have Mexican come up to me and say Americans so bad, yet they're from Mexico, and be happy that you got in and somebody didn't get in. Well, if you can get in and you bring specialized skills to the country, then that's good. Then when they hire you, they get a better quality. Government's corporation for profit? Not if it's done right. I mean, that's bad fiscal policy if that's what they're doing. But that's if they're running it incompetently. Checking how scared we are of China and Russia. Russia makes sense though. China's my military nerf and load as basically old Soviet tanks and gear, and that's awful native. The population is massive, invading them. Suicide can only touch the user. No, but the thing is that China is not a military superpower anymore, but they're an economic one. They're poised to take over the US if we slip up. That's what we have to worry about. And the fact that they're like stealing all of our intellectual property. Again, Commodore, I think you're like painting these doomsday pictures for something that they've got a better handle on their economy than we do. And their people get better healthcare than most Americans, except for the most rich. Cool gamer rating. Well, it's gonna force me to jump down and do the shout out because I don't have any mods here. The cool gamer. Just chatting. What were you just chatting about, cool gamer? Thank you for the raid. Kitsuneko Cat raiding with a party of one. Well, at least they brought back one-person raids. Thank you for the raid, Kitsuneko Cat. How was your stream? Gotta catch up on chat. As numbers on everyone, they've become a financial superpower, not military, except for their intelligence. You have centralized government insurance and publics. No, not socialized medicine. If you're saying that the government medical plan will be run exactly like our current healthcare system is run, except it'll just be run by the government. And that's not how it works. Didn't Putin resign? No, Putin just goes through cycles of letting his cronies assume power while he's the prime minister, but he's running everything. Central reply means central point failure. It means becoming more compassionate to your people. That's what socialized medicine means, instead of running people's lives as profit centers. You think China will never change without a revolution? Russia will never change without a revolution. Putin will never let go of power. China will never let go of power. He's president for life.
I love you, sensei.
I was finding an apartment in Japan. They won't let foreigners for really dumb stuff. Could not sort trash. It depends on the apartment, and if you are a foreigner, you may have to get a Japanese cosigner, and if you don't have a Japanese cosigner, then you have to pay out the nose for an apartment. Usually, you can get your company to be your guarantor, but you may have to like put a massive deposit up. Yeah, I'm not going to touch the ISIS comment. Yellow Velvet, hello, wondering. They're different. Foodie, I haven't seen that game, but I've heard of it. It's fun, good. Thank you for the Twitch Prime subscription, Cutesy Neko Cat. It's unethical to force your will onto others. That depends on what they're trying to do. If a person says, I want to kill everyone that I can, then aren't we forcing our will onto him saying, no, you can't. We won't let you. It depends on how extreme you want to take this method. Did I upset you? No, I'm not upset. I'm just saying that it's really thorny issue that I don't want to. You're not uneducated. I'm just saying that I don't want to touch that one because there's no real good answer. Why did it send twice? Because you sent it once, but then it needed to be modded, and I had to release it into chat. That's why, Dolby. Good morning, Andy. Oh, right, it's Saturday. It's Andy time. We'll be getting to games shortly. We've been having a very, let's say, spirited discussion. And it wasn't that you said anything particularly bad in that phrase, Dolby. It's just that they're trying to be protective and potentially flag any kind of even mild insult. You would be right in defending your property from damage. Yeah, but you're saying that any imposing your will on anyone is wrong. You can always push any argument like that out to extreme, and then it becomes silly. Problem is that's forcing someone else against their own will as a moral standpoint. There has to be laws, otherwise society breaks down. If it's anyone can do whatever they want, that's anarchy. In order to have a society, you need minimal rules, and you need to have regulations. The deregulate everything standpoint means that companies would be able to be their most unethical that they want to be, maximizing profit. There has to be minimal moral regulation of a society. If you think that's immoral, then you just have to move to some place where it doesn't do that. Time to go to sleep. Good night, cutesy Neko Cat. In land films, some people have to work to get freedom, some people don't because you're born there. But I think you should be able to walk over while some people have to work for it. My grandparents you cannot afford a plane to build a boat. Still use it. Why did you get it free when grandparents work for it? That's part of the difference of what you've been given, what you've been handed, Tokoyami. But that's part of what the American dream is. If you're willing to work hard, you should be able to work your way up from nothing up to whatever you want. But the problem is that current anti-foreigner sentiment has been like, well, you're a foreigner, therefore we will not allow you the same rights and opportunities that we give to our citizens. You know, do other one is anarchy, and everything else do I say is either tyranny or dictatorship. Well, I mean, that's where we got to find something in the middle of that, Fisk. Good approval? Not necessarily. It depends. There's like 200 different kanji that are used with ka, MIDI. I realize that some people don't have the gratification to live in the horrid circumstance they live in. A lot of people have escapes. Yeah. That's why people are trying to leave countries like China and North Korea, and they get shot at. We have people in the US who are like, yeah, I came from North Korea. I had to escape dogs and bullets in order to get to South Korea. Not communist in the Stalin-ruled USSR sense. That's authoritarian neo-fascism. But the problem is that the USSR was not practicing communism in the classical idealistic sense. It was basically practicing authoritarianism in the name of communism. Like they're so anti-foreigner nowadays, and it takes an amazing amount of time to get a good life. We should be giving people opportunities rather than booting them out. Saying taxation is mandatory, not just healthcare based taxation, all of it is unethical. I mean, government infrastructure is what your taxes go towards. Unless we want to charge everyone for use of every street, every freeway. Then do you want every road to become a toll road? Do you want there to have to be a box in your car that says, oh, you've driven X number of miles on this street in front of your house, therefore you have to pay this amount for its upkeep? Poured over Russian history books and read the Communist Manifesto to reduce the class war it advocates for. Classic communism is a pipe dream. And also, by the way, it's P-O-R-E-D. Minor point. Singling out healthcare-based taxation as unethical is inconsistent. Well, the problem, though, Paldo, is that people who are anti-taxation on the whole, I also find unethical. Do you get charged when you park your car? Depends on the area. Like at a supermarket? No, but they could. Can I have a lesson, please? Unfortunately, we're pretty much at the end. We gotta start doing our games soon. We can still talk about stuff, but we gotta have games. Andy's here. Andy wants to play games. Tried to explain the communism we worked in smaller size, not a country scale. People aren't all that good-hearted. That's actually a related conversation to what Paldo and Commodore are talking about. That people are greedy, and without minimal agreed upon guidelines, you're going to have anarchy. Taxation is forced, therefore unethical. Then you can move somewhere else. Good luck finding a place where you want to live that, like, not in a country, a place with no taxes. I was trying to clarify the discussion. I don't think it's a taxation. So no. I understand where you were going, Paldo. I'm saying that splitting hairs about which taxes are good, but actually everything is claimed. Yeah, everything is claimed. Unless you're out in international waters, go live on a houseboat. But that's... you get benefits, and for living in a country, that's the cost of that is taxation. Use this for you're MIDI, you are singling out one sound and you're ignoring the fact that ka has 100 different ways to write it. They're not all the same just because it has the same sound. You didn't consent to being born here? I don't think anyone would require you to have a consent form from your mother's womb. Basically, you're advocating the libertarian standpoint. You're like reading from the libertarian standpoint, like word for word, Commodore. And basically, every time I've listened to libertarians talk about how they don't want to pay any taxes, it just basically comes down to, I want to keep my money. But regulation, safety regulation of cars, of roads, of electric company, the water company, how do you quantify that? Comes in taxes. Money is for you can't look at words based on sound, MIDI. That doesn't make sense in a way to learn. That's like saying, what are the uses of the letter E in English? That doesn't make sense to look at a language based on a letter. Say Toby says, cause sometimes use the end of sentence and words as question marking character. There's that, and then there's also ka used as the word or, like A or B. Grammatically, that's about almost the extent of it. A mostly flat tax rate with low rate taxes, that's in my opinion. Well, Dolby, I would say that before you advocate a strong position on taxation and fiscal policy vis-a-vis society and government, I would ask that you take a class on government and fiscal policy to see how your policies would play out in society. Problem is that most people are not properly educated on the ramifications of the choices that you advocate for. Yeah, low taxes sound great. How do you pay the government? How do you get regulation? If you don't have regulation, your food could contain 10 times as many rat droppings in your food because we don't have food quality regulation from the government, or your medicines could be untested. Might take a class in economics. That would be good, because then instead of saying, well, I think this would be a good thing, but I don't know enough about it, then you could say, well, now I've seen how everything is tied together. Therefore, I have a more educated opinion on it. They just do whatever I want. That's not true. Move to Hong Kong? It's really expensive to live in Hong Kong. I mean, basically, if so, Commodore is arguing that the US government and all governments are basically oligarchies, which is what you have in Russia. That's not what we have here. It's a far cry from it, although it could easily tip that way if abuses of power are not checked. We have that to a much smaller scale, but it's starting to look that way in Republican-leaning states. Because what you have is representation that is not proportional to the people that live there. When you have at least a snapshot of the state of Ohio, like 10 years ago, is that 75% of the state was voting Democrat, and 50% of the representatives in the state were Republican. Which means that you have people gaming the system. Social media is bad. Social media, I would say, as a collective entity, is uneducated. That if all you can do to cite evidence of your claims is links to other things or quotes that you heard from somebody or statements of, oh, I heard that this is what happens. That's not really citing actual facts. That's what's called hearsay, not admissible in court. Is your recourse against a powerful privately owned company that sells something you need to survive, make your own electricity, make your own... Yeah, like the company that basically sells the majority of insulin, and they jacked up their prices, and now people are dying because they can't afford the prices, and therefore they start taking less insulin until they die. The government has to step in when pharmaceutical companies do that. Go to a competing vendor. We're just talking about
'There is some hearsay that I have been here for a while. 3.
Three indeed, Morvenius. There's some hearsay I've been here a while. 3 months of subscriptions, although you haven't been chatting, so I can't tell how long you've been here in the chat today. Communism has production work, but poor quality as those who work higher aren't paid higher. Capitalism, higher quality because better workers pay higher, but the risk of monopolies in extreme capitalism, one company rules all. I mean, that's what capitalism will ultimately return to, is just monopoly after monopoly. Or what's worse, in our system where capitalism is running unchecked, you have companies lobbying and buying politicians, in which case businesses are running the government. Lack of competition was caused by the government. Lack of competition was not caused directly by the government. It was caused by insufficient regulations of antitrust. I mean, you're basically using free market monopoly can't exist. There's no such thing as a free market. That's a myth in the United States. As well as you're using what's called a slippery slope argument by saying, well, this led to this, which means that A is responsible for Z. There's a million different variables happening in between, and you're saying that they're all culpable for what happens. And that's not feasible. Do no definitions of socialism, capitalism, communism. Yeah, you are correct on the base definitions of those things, Dolby. I'm just talking about, in practice, how do all of those work? I think it's probably time. We can always bring this up if you want to join the discussion, we have a discussion group in the Discord. However, there is a strict no finger pointing, no you're a communist kind of language in the Discord. Maybe it'd be better if we moved it to there and we go to our games, because a lot of people are probably tuning out now. A lot of people who are like, either I'm not interested or I can't follow. Fed up with? No, not all people. I think if people were caught up to it, this would be a very interesting discussion. However, there's a lot of big stuff waving around. We can get into it another time if we want to take a breather, take a break. So, not much of a Japanese lesson today, but we were discussing important issues. So, let's switch it on over. Stop the music. Let's start the battle. Let's start the games. Too uneducated for the most part, but that's why we want to have a discussion, in order to catch people up on it if they don't know enough about it, and to discuss why you think X or Y is better. However, we can't have basically unsubstantiated claims waving out there. We're getting into the territory of there was massive voter fraud, but I'm not going to show you exactly where I got that from. We're getting to those kinds of claims, so that's why we're going to stop. Marshall lamps? Actually, Dolby was talking about that earlier, Andy. Now you have something to talk to Dolby about. Vel for 28 kills, Naidu says Yeast with 19, Paldo 16 assists, and Raibag with 6. Probably mispronouncing that. Aisha, Katsume, and Knight. Some common scrolls. Get this battle going and get the game going. Let's see, what do I need? I'm going to wait a couple of seconds. We'll get my paladin in. Good enough. So, swapping on over to the games. Time to get the games going. Boop. Get your browsers ready if you would like to play Espionage. Very simple. Go to jackbox.tv. Dolby, you haven't been here in a while. Do you want to play? Very simple game. Haven't played in ages? That's what we do in the evenings here at the end of the streams. Don't stay for longer? Say Toby, glad you're here. Let's get this going. I usually start with Espionage. It's a great game to get into. Easy entry-level game. The stream's going well. Hi, Dash. King Decky, hello. You're in just in time.
Use these two tiny surveillance microphones hundreds of times. So you swallow this one.
Okay.
All right. Room code
And
coming up
what
for
about the other
Espionage. Make sure you
That
are
one's
logged
suppository.
in
Or wait, is this the
with
one you
Twitch
swallow in the other?
on your Jackbox window. If you haven't
maybe
done
we should go
that,
see our
please let me
doctor.
know before I release the code. Otherwise, you can't get in. Enjoying my unstable connection only on my phone. All right. Sorry to... I hope you can get connected better sometime soon.
Oh, it's a hot one today, isn't it?
Sure is. Tomorrow will be even hotter, they say.
You'll listen?
Well, hotter than the day.
Ah, hold on. Yeah.
I don't like
See, I
that.
figured if you haven't been here in a
Apparently.
while,
Wow,
you won't
gee,
know that you
that's
gotta
pretty,
log in.
Really hot.
Yeah,
Well, personally, I prefer the cold over the heat any day.
me too.
See, I just don't like hot weather. I just don't know what it is.
Say,
I'm
Toby,
with ya.
let me know when
See, I'd
you're
much rather be,
logged
like, a
in, because
little
once
bit
you're logged
chilly
in for
than
one game,
sweating
you'll be
all the
logged
time.
in for the rest
My
of them.
thoughts exactly.
Wow. It's moments like these I don't get why only 4% of people enjoy office small talk.
I completely agree.
Oh. We'll soon get my dog. Do you know how to log in? Airy. Yes, alright.
I wouldn't have
Here
thought
comes the room code for...
55%, though. Are you sure
It'll take
about
me a
those
little while to
numbers?
retrain
Oh,
myself to
yeah.
say
It
Eddie.
may not make sense to us.
In
but
3,
that's how people
2,
under 30 eat
1.
on the cob.
Boom.
But why do you need a parasol?
It doesn't work otherwise.
Foolish humans.
What's it like at work? Well, I'm only working part-time. So, it's
Attention agents,
not-
just a
not
gentle
bad.
reminder that falling in love
Uh,
with those you observe is
very
frowned upon.
short number, small
Continue
number of
to
hours
hide
right
from
now, but
afar.
we're going to try... Because we've been mostly doing stuff online. But now we're going to try moving back in person. Audio mastering for bands. It's actually
What does that mean?
mostly just
That's
one
the alarm
band.
that goes off when the world's man bun population has eclipsed 15%.
What do we do?
We head to the basement and we wait it out.
Okay, everybody, file out in an orderly manner. Remain calm.
Yeah, I do mixing with a 96 channel board. Good stuff. Well, we only got 5
That
people.
makes no sense.
Dash,
It makes
aren't you gonna
perfect
play?
Sense. All soda is called Coke until you need to be specific.
So you tell a waitress, give me a Coke.
And I'll get a Coke.
Midi,
But if I'm
don't
saying
you
I'm
usually
going
wanna
to
play?
Go get
Decky?
a Coke.
You might get a Mountain Dew.
Exactly.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
I'm gonna start the game in 20 seconds. You're working? Phooey.
Hey Dimitri, you watch The Americans?
With a laptop or something and a mic, record my guitar playing.
That show is
You can do it off your
All the
phone. Just
makeup
record
and
yourself on your
wigs
phone.
and their whole wardrobe is crazy, right?
I don't know. I look at metadata. I don't know from wigs
All right,
and makeup.
we're gonna start it.
Dimitri, I
Just
know
5.
you watch Americans. I'm talking about The Americans on TV.
There is
Put it in
always
blather on first.
Americans on TV.
This is how we start. This is traditional.
Hello from the government. Feel free to wave. We're watching everything. People eating ice cream eating people, you name it. This is very sensitive info. We've
My
sworn to
laptop is
protect.
too small for recording software.
Sorry,
If
hard to
you've
say that
got,
straight.
if you're
We
talking
use it
about
to
a Chromebook,
play
yeah, there's like no room on there. Always guespionage. Almost always. I think we've done it
Now
once
let's
without
administer
guespionage.
some fun. Okay, who's first?
But this should be a quick game.
Ow! Sorry, I really like that word. What percentage of people prefer dark
Streets
chocolate
of
over
Rage
milk
remake?
chocolate?
Probably not.
Make it a good guess. You'll get more points the closer your guess is to the actual percentage.
When was the last time I played a non-Jackbox game on here? Halloween.
Got it. 33%.
Before that, Overwatch.
Everyone else, now it's your turn. Do you think the correct answer is higher or lower?
Same computer mix for. Yeah, you don't need a whole lot. The main thing is you need a fast connection.
Foolish humans. Everyone says higher except for one of you. Now let's get to the right answer.
Oh,
38%.
just barely.
Excellent answer. Points for you.
Dark chocolate's favorite. I find it too bitter. I don't like it. I prefer
Who
milk
picked
chocolate,
higher?
although I
Nice job. I've got
understand
some
that
points for you.
dark chocolate is healthier for you.
Who's next?
In general, the things that are better for you are not as healthy
Ooh,
for
this
you.
is going to be good.
It's too rich. Are you talking about milk chocolate or dark chocolate?
What percentage of people stash more than $1,000 cash in locations other than banks?
This is probably going to be higher than it should be.
%. Okay, higher or lower?
Some people don't trust banks. Scarlet Interface, those are
Everyone
expensive.
thinks it's higher. Okay, right
I
answer
went with
is
a ProSonus rather than
10%. I think the maximum you can put under a mattress is $750. More than that, and you risk back and neck issues. Wow, everyone was wrong.
Gotcha.
Okay, who's up next? Ha! But wait, there's more.
Like to an RCA jack to a cassette tape? That's old school,
What
Dolby.
percentage of people have bought as seen on TV or infomercial products?
Okay, the pillowcase and forgot I was there.
Okay.
You
higher
hear
or lower?
stories about that all the time, Eri. People like throwing away, like giving away old cabinets, and then they found, new person found money stashed in it. That include
Time's running
cryptocurrency.
out.
You
Higher
can't
or
put
lower?
cryptocurrency.
It's unanimous again. And Surveil says
$50? That's not bad.
66%.
See, because we have so few
Your guess
people in
wasn't
this
within
game,
30% of the correct answer. So
you gotta.
don't get
We
any
have
points.
a second round
Let's see who got it right.
where we finally
Well
get to
done.
do
You get points.
much higher, much lower.
Next up. Typey.
Yeah, I use a ProSonus interface for my dual microphone setup, which is
What
admittedly
percentage of people do not
very
poop anywhere other than their own homes whenever possible?
extra. I don't need any software for mine. I just need to get my
32%.
XLR
What do y'all
cables
think?
into the
Higher
computer.
or lower?
Like you're bound? Yeah.
And the correct answer is
Oh yeah.
54%. Some people live by this rule even when they travel abroad. That's commitment. Who got it right? Here's some points. Who's next?
Well, that's one of the cool things about
Let's see,
GarageBand
what
and all
would
those
be
other
good?
programs
How
where you can
about this?
play a single track and then mix it all together and like play a whole band song of music
What
by
percentage
yourself.
of people have purchased car washes at gas stations in the past year?
Is it surprising? I don't think it's that surprising, Andy.
17%.
Wash my own car?
Everyone
I
else,
wash my own
higher
car.
or lower?
Unfortunately, raining doesn't get rid of some of the really bad dirt.
Unanimously higher. Okay, let's see the right answer. 43%.
Everyone's underestimating a lot of
Good,
these
not too bad.
questions.
Just okay. Let's see who
Should have went lower. Nope.
Here's
How much
some
lower than that?
points. That's it for round one. Let's take a look at the scores. Ha!
All
Not
right,
bad,
round
but things are a
two.
little different in round two. I'll explain as we go. Who's up first? We've collected data about everything, even this.
I mean, when you're miking an amp, you're basically just using it as an interface.
What percentage of people have spice racks in their kitchens? Okay, we have a guess. 33%. In round two, you can now guess much higher or much lower. Pick one of those if you think the answer is off by 15% or more. If you're right, you'll earn double the money. If not, you'll get nothing. Ha!
Still online?
Looks like
What are you
even
talking about,
split.
Sonic? I'm
And
almost
Surveil says
always online at this time. Oh, just
48%.
barely 15.
And people love compliments on them. Kids, next time you visit your grandparents, walk into the kitchen and yell, "Nice rack, Grandma."
12, 13
Who
guitars.
got it right? Ooh, points for
Becky.
you.
You're like women and shoes.
And what have we here? Good job. Double points for guessing much higher. Okay, who's up next? All right, buckle in. I've got one for you.
Lonely? All my friends are offline? Stay here. Join us in a game.
What percentage of women own pairs of shoes they love but don't wear because they are uncomfortable?
Let's go with the 42.
42%. What do y'all think? Higher or lower?
Yeah, if you'd shown up here like 10 minutes ago, you could have joined us in the game.
Looks like an even split. And the correct answer is
Oh.
82%.
Holy smokes.
You weren't within 30%, so no points for you. Let's see who got it right. Smart, yes. Here's your points.
Ever stuck gum under a
Who's
desk
next?
at school? I didn't chew gum at school because it was
Gotta admit, tastes way better
against
than
the
candy
rules.
lettuce.
Yes, I was that kind of kid.
What percentage of people purchased candy corn last Halloween?
Is yours
Everyone
my
else,
so
higher
much?
or lower?
You are always welcome here. Well, I mean, you're always welcome here anytime, but especially while I'm streaming.
Running out of time. Only one of you thinks it's higher. Okay, let's see the right answer. 23%. Nice, that'll help your score.
I still reiterate my belief that candy corn is just
Who got it right? Nice job. I've got some
festively
points for you.
decorated wax.
Next up.
Just
Okay,
terrible at
folks,
this.
time to dust off your
It
short
takes
game.
practice. Don't worry. There will be other games, Ari.
What percentage of people have gotten holes in one in games of miniature golf?
Don't have candy corn in the UK? Lucky you. Objectively, the wax tastes really good. Nah, I don't know about that.
55%. Everyone
I
pick
don't really
higher
like
or
candy
lower.
corn. I just ate it because it had sugar in it.
Just one of you is saying higher. And Surveil says
I should have gone
86%.
much higher.
That many? Makes me wonder if everyone understands what a hole-in-one is. Let's see who got it right. Well done. You get points.
You like candy corn? It's okay.
Okay,
I'm not saying
who's
that
up next?
you should dislike candy corn. I'm just saying that there's
All
other
our
candy
database
that's
has some
way
juicy
better.
data for this. What percentage of people have read more than 3 books about vampires?
Does Bunicula count? The bunny vampire?
63%. All right, what do
Mini
you
golf's
think?
easy? Yeah. Everyone gets lucky, and usually you get it on one of the first holes where it's pretty simple.
The vote is lower. And
Time
the
for
correct
Jackbox?
answer is
It was time for Jackbox earlier.
36%. Talk about a time suck. Who got it right? Smart, yes. Here's your points.
All right, final
It's
round.
time for the final round. We embedded microchips in hundreds of subjects and found the most popular answers to this question. What male name do people most closely associate with a guy who would go to a posh Italian restaurant and order a hamburger? Now let's see the answers.
Yes, Chad is on the list.
You'll need to pick the 3 most popular answers to get points. Ready, go!
I was gonna say, are they gonna have Chad on there?
Don't forget, you can pick 3 answers. Let's see what answers you chose.
His name's gonna be all over the place. No
And
one said
what are the most
Josh.
popular
Interesting.
answers?
It was Chad! I should have picked Chad.
Who's that special someone?
Andy winning by 150 points.
Wow, you have some serious knowledge of people's private personal lives. Well done.
Ah. Darn Chads. I could have won, except for Chad. Yeah, don't be mean. It's just a game, you see, Dio. Chad move? I think Andy won with Chad. One vote for Quiplash, one vote for Fibbage 3 regular, one vote for You Don't Know Jack. Well, we've got 3 single votes. Andy's a spy? Well, that's also possible. We don't know what Andy does in his professional capacity. Harry, do you have a game that you'd like to play? We have all Jackbox party packs from 1 to 7.
Say, Rob, do you ever think there are people out there listening?
Don't mind
to
any?
our
Well,
conversations?
I
Are
mean,
you
voting
asking if I
for
think there's people eavesdropping on the
anything is the same as voting
Yeah,
for
I
nothing.
guess.
Wow, that's pretty meta.
But there could be, right?
I mean, sure. I guess there could be a group of people gathered in a room listening to our conversations at this very moment, but I find that hard to believe. That would mean this group of work associates or friends or
Chad
family
is saying
members
Quiplash.
presumably
All right, now we have
nothing
2
better
votes.
To do right now than to circle around,
Andy's
listen
saying
to our
Quiplash
inane
3 votes.
conversations.
All right.
Yeah,
That'll
I
do
suppose
it.
It's a pretty silly thought.
What's the
I
dating
mean,
one? You're
I'll
saying monster versus monster. Or monster seeking monster. Sorry. But for right now, we're gonna go with Quiplash 3. All right, Jackbox code coming up in 3. Oops, let me pick my character first. I'll change. Here, I'll go to the star. In 3, 2, 1. Boom. Where's Dash? Dash hasn't played this game in a long time. Oh, there's Jesse. Where's Moogle? Where's Dash? Where's Bree? Oh, Billy Shears is back. There's Jesse. There's Moogle. Tokoyami sitting this one out. Chad? You're in the shower again? Heard of Music is Win? I don't watch a lot of stuff on YouTube. Ah, you weren't logged in. Well, you know. Last chance. I'm gonna close it in 20 seconds. Wait? Wait for who what? Yeah. Where have you been? You can't see? I put the code in the chat. Sonic. Gotta go fast. Douchey and entitled. All the more reason why I don't need to watch that.
Prepare yourself for Quiplash 3. My Mother the Quip. I'm Schmitty, and if I don't recognize you from earlier games, it's only because I don't care. Oh yeah, hey, if you're not playing, you can still get in the audience and vote. Put in the room code to join. Let's kick it off with round 1. You're about to see a couple of different prompts on your device. Enter your best response for each, then go head-to-head against another player's best stuff. Oh, and everyone else gets to vote on their favorite. Points are awarded based on the percentage of people who went for your answer, so make them count.
Why am I ruining your mood? I'm running the games. That's all. But you won't do Quiplash indirect politics? Not necessarily. And even if you do, that's all right.
Time's almost up. Hurry!
Jesse, 5 seconds. Okay. This is fun.
Let's have a look.
We're just having a party.
Up to bat, we have
Politics can be really funny.
the special skill.
Yeah,
on
we get a lot of
resume that
Trump
would make you
answers, and we're
immediately
totally
hire
cool
that
with
person.
Amazing at baking for office parties. Knows how to
Okay,
make an
pick
awesome
one.
fursuit. Which one's it gonna be? Who would you hire? And audience goes with the fursuit. Ah!
Without further ado, archaeologists won't admit they've discovered cave paintings of blank.
Naked grandma. That's true.
All right, vote for the one you
Neanderthal
like
sex.
best.
I mean, they had to have sex too. Logo knows the audience. I know the audience too. I mean, if they were willing to give me a discount and did great fursuits, maybe yes. Sorry, Jesse, but
Next
Naked
up,
Grandma is objectively
you
funnier,
know it's a party when
unfortunately.
someone shows up with blank. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
It's a party when someone shows up with all the Jackbox party packs, like me. Tamagotchi. Is that a party, though? Although we'd probably also accept a variety pack of 50 condoms or something. That's left your gas at home. How the heck do you drive without them? Safely, I
And
hope.
Next is Doctors Without Borders is a much better organization than Doctors Without Blank.
Spin Doctors Without Pants.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
I think it depends on how sexy these doctors are. Pretty great party with Tamagotchi. One person every corner of Tamagotchi. Yeah, but that's not a social thing, I'd say.
And next, modern-day Mary Poppins suggests taking a spoonful of blank.
So take a spoonful of CBD oil, COVID-19
All right,
vaccination.
choose your favorite.
Yeah. How would that taste? So one where it auto chose for you? Yeah, if you hit choose for me, it'll pick something, but Quiplash 3 is way better than Quiplash 1 or 2 at their safety answers. People didn't vote on this one. Caffeine high going away? That's called tiredness.
Let's see the next one. It's not all Bible study. On Wednesdays, the local church group is known to blank.
Wear their hair really
Time
long
to pick
for
the
a
one
day,
you like best.
or go to the local pub. No, actively that's what happens. Caffeine blocks your tiredness receiving sensors in your brain. So when the caffeine is gone, the tiredness catches up to you.
And now,
First answer, yeah.
there is no
Very
in
pub.
team, but there is an I in blank.
There's an I in YIF. There's an I in
Okay,
Kitsuneko.
everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Well, there should be two I's in Kitsuneko. You need more caffeine then, or you need more sleep. No audience vote that time.
And here we have a very unlikely place to meet your soulmate.
Reddit. Funeral.
Decisions.
Wow.
Choose your favorite.
Yeah. Funeral dating. Hot. Beatlesman, hi. I saw you playing Stream Raiders, but you weren't here for the stream. CB Radio. Now that's a long distance. Reach out and touch someone.
That was round one. Reminder that those all go on your permanent record. Let's see the scores.
Put your soulmate on IMVU.
Time for round two, where the prompts are crazier and the points are doublier. Go!
First, I was busy with friends, was able to play, but then I had some family stuff. I just stepped away from the computer entirely. Wow. Blip, blip, blip.
Almost out of time. Don't forget your safety quips. It's go time.
Dolby.
Let's break the ice.
In the
with...
words of
Daddy,
Bob
where
Ross,
do we go when we die?
You were a happy little accident.
Okay.
Uploaded to
choose
VR
away.
chat for eternal furry parties. Don't ask. No. Ah. What games have we had so far? So far, Guespionage, and now Quiplash 3. Jesse! How could you write that?
Next, what's behind the locked door the real estate agent refuses to show you?
On the locked door is a mersuit. All your used
All right, people,
puppy
it's
paw
voting
toys.
time.
I mean, you basically both went to the same place, so... Daddy, yeah, we're talking about the reality of death to your child.
Moving right along. Something Gwyneth Paltrow has in her nightstand,
Velfra
probably.
top honors Knife Says East with 2. And me
Here's
and
the fun
Shiro
part.
Roll.
Pick your favorite quip.
Princess Katsume. Veltro has something in her nightstand, probably an alarm clock that smells like her vag. I have no idea who it is, so probably Yif. So, if you're not sure, she has... Gwyneth Paltrow created a company called Goop. And one of the top-selling products was a candle that smelled like her vagina.
Next on the docket.
That's a real thing.
A game you only play when you're really, 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 really bored.
Rock, paper, scissors, or Tetris.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Oh, she totally does. I'm sure she would totally have an alarm clock that made some smell like that. Tetris is a good game. For column Tetris, I prefer Tetris.
Let's
Columns
see how they handle.
Is
this player
too much.
never met a blank they didn't like.
Harry never met a fox butt.
And now, pick your favorite.
Kitsu streamer they didn't like. Played rock, paper, scissors yourself? I've never been that bored, Jesse. No, Dolby's not playing. Billy Shearers doesn't chat, but likes to play. Yeah, they've been here before.
Okay, what's next? Something that should never be decided by a coin toss. All right, choose your favorite.
It kicked in the dick contest. Who tops and who bottoms? I mean, I'm okay with the coin toss.
Let's keep it going.
Always
The
bottom?
personality
Nope,
quiz
you're
BuzzFeed
wrong.
refuses to publish.
What kind of furry are you?
Time to pick the one you like
Which
best.
holy grail map best fits your personality? If I didn't know that Soba weren't in here, I would have guessed that the one on the right was from Soba. Because that sounds like a Fate reference. Never terp. I have topped many times before, Dolby. Don't those affect the way I see you top and bottom? Yeah! I mean, it's better than just, like,
Next
arguing
one up.
over it.
Why doesn't this player
Rochambeau,
show up
yes,
in
that's
photographs?
That's a South Park guy. Because...
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
I'm surprised no one went with vampire. Can't argue with because? You can never argue with because it doesn't actually have any substantial
It's scoreboard time.
weight to it. Why? Because. Alright.
Step right up to Riplash. A final round
That's
stuffed
guitar
to the
bird.
gills
You're not
with points.
Fat.
Each of you will
I
be
don't know
sent
how
a
you play
prompt
guitar,
that
though.
requires 3 separate responses. You got this. Tick tock, time's almost up.
Jesse, 5 seconds. Playing monster dating depends on the votes.
Let's go inside.
Inta. Vlog post? What are you vlogging about?
3 things to put on your wall to show how manly you are.
Did you change his username? I think Tokoyami has 2 different accounts. One for YouTube and one for everything else. 3 things to put on your wall to show how manly
Now
you
it's
are.
time to vote for your favorite.
Taxes to prove responsibility. Plushies to prove respect. 15-inch dildo to prove strength. Not strength, it's actually flexibility. First chest hair. A base. Lots of things about sports. No vote? Voting is how you participate in the game. Is everyone annotated? Somebody in our community was.
Bad news, they now take away your
I know what
cool
base is in
card
the
if
fish.
you like blank, blank, or blank.
Now they take away your
Okay,
cool card if
everybody,
you like
pick your favorite quip.
Wolf, Karina Cox, Rob Mills, Kevin Jansens. I don't know who they are. Knockoff fursuits, cringe E621 art, a rainforest. 15 inches? I mean, you don't have to take the whole thing. You mentioned me in it? What? My fantastic vlogs must say I want to work on how my entrepreneurship is going. How am I part of your entrepreneurship?
The 3 worst materials to build your house out
Australia and
of.
Belgium? What's wrong with Australia and Belgium? If fur, sperm, toenail clippings,
Here's the fun part.
earwax,
Pick
belly
your
button
favorite
fluff.
quip.
I probably would have said something about Jello. Learning Japanese. Ah, okay, that's fair. Jake Pawson Darn it! It still changed it. Still changed it to parson. It was there and then it stopped.
The 3 perks to living on a pirate ship.
Ocean, freedom, no stowers, unlimited ocean cruising, grog, grabbing all the
right,
best
people,
booty.
it's voting time.
We were awfully sexually riled up. 1, furries. 2, lockdown. 3, furries.
You did it! Now let's see those final scores.
Coming with booty. Hey, that's one of the parts of being a pirate. The booty. Oof, just ahead of Andy. Just watch out for LeChuck and his ghost pirates. Well, I'm selling these fine leather jackets, Master. You can't hold your head up? That's called needing sleep. It's 3 a.m. Dolby, go sleep. We'll probably be up for another hour and a half. After the root beer. It's what's it called, like ghost exercise, anti-ghost root beer or something? Masked Singer? I was watching Masked Singer, at least the US one. Mushroom is doing well in the Group C Masked Singer. Alright, we've got 2 votes for Champed Up. From what you've said, it's like longer than average, Dolby, so you have nothing to be worried about. Exorcism root beer? Yeah, I forgot exactly the wording they used on it. Survive the Internet? That's 2 for Survive the Internet, 2 for Champed Up. Yeah, it's still the same 1 for Monster Seeking Monster. Can't vote for it more than once. It's a pirate's life for Quinta. Alvin. Yarr. And he uses microscopic. If you have a thin penis, you can really get it up there then. I mean, you barely would need any kind of lube at that point. Survive the Internet has 2 now. What? Yeah, I know it has 2. Now it has 3. You don't know Jack has 1. I know, I'm counting, Andy. Jake wants an STI. So does Dash. You know Jack has 2. Well, unfortunately, Survive the Internet has like 5. It's democracy. Basically, you're drunk? No, it's called sleep deprivation. You know, Jack dates back to 1995? Yeah. I used to play them back when I was a kid. You're a high school student, but it's Sunday. But it does mean that you're way past your sleep schedule, because normally you'd have to be halfway through your sleep by now.
What the fuck?
Vexiant!
What does the fuck say?
Vexiant. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Kind of weird to be rating a Jackbox
like a
stream
fox.
after that. Wait, why am I doing just chatting? I forgot to change the game. Bad streamer. Bad streamer! Welcome, Raiders from Vexiant. Vexiant, Smug Smorgs, DJ Furno. Cool names. Welcome to the Foxhole and my very late updating my title. I was just teaching Japanese and I switched over to Jackbox and forgot to change it. There, update. Well, person in chat recommended to raid you. Who is this chat person and who do I have to thank? But Vexiant, welcome. And welcome, thank you for bringing your raiders. We're just about to play Survive the Internet. If you would like to come join in the game. We'll be probably playing for another hour and a half. If you'll... Green Fuzz Tiger. Welcome. I assume that's your name, unless you're like Gorn Faz Toger. Unfinished? Yeah, you can send me a guitar. Why don't you post that in Discord for everyone to enjoy? Lupus, you brought them over? Thank you, Lupus. Lupus has been hanging out with us a lot recently. Is that your emote? Ah, it's cute! You're like the color of toxic waste. Or lime jello. Let's put it that way. Great teacher? Yeah, unfortunately you missed my Japanese portion. I was teaching a little bit of Japanese today. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. That's true. If you want to play Survive the Internet. Lazaro the Fourth. You're half fox. We do love our foxes in here. Here's the room code. Make sure you are signed into Twitch through your Jackbox window if you would like to play. If anybody needs me to wait, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to be posting the code in just a second. Carlos, welcome on in. Finally, the stragglers are coming here for the games. Laos Eclipse, welcome. Remember Saturday for Japanese? Please do. You're ready? Here comes the room code. Going to bed? I hope you're feeling better, Sonic. Oh, that filled up quickly. Don't mind the furry sex jokes? These are also furries, Soba.
3, 2, 1.
Have a good... Tomorrow? I'm not on tomorrow.
Wow,
See you
so
Monday.
this is what a
or I
party
guess
feels
technically
like.
it's after midnight.
Very
So
cool.
yes, you're right, tomorrow.
Don't forget, you can join the audience at any time.
Yeah.
You guys can trust me. I'm a stranger on the internet.
Vex also a first streamer. Yes. Vex
Hi,
is
I'm Todd. You know, the internet
lime
may just be a bunch of
jello
ones and zeros, but you're
Wolfie?
more than just a number to me.
Doggo?
In case you need some instructions, check out this quick tutorial.
Hey guys, what's up? It's PartyBoy7 here to teach you how to play Survive the Internet. So in each round, you'll get a prompt on your device. Go ahead and answer it. Those responses will then be sent to another player. The objective is to twist these words in the most ridiculous way possible. So if my friend Paul said selfie sticks are, quote, super dumb, then I would take him out of context. Say we're on a news site. Their super dumb would be an outrageous comment to what headline? Oh, I got it. Everybody then votes on whose comment looks the most absurd. I get rewarded for writing the twist, and Paul gets some pity points for looking foolish. The person with the most points at the end of the game wins. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe. Please. I feel so empty inside.
See, where
Let's
did you
start
put
things
random
off at
pics?
check-in site.
Oh, that's cool. I like the color. I like the green, Dolby.
Okay, you're getting a prompt on your device. Don't overthink your response. Just follow your
Well, they
gut.
posted in random pics. It sounds like a lime green. Ah, I was hoping it was more of a forest green. That's more my favorite color, hence my vest here.
Another player's comment has been sent to your device. Twist their words in the funniest way
My colors
possible.
look like the ones I have? Like a dark green and a darkish blue? Exeunt? Hey. Are you also a Foxo? Maybe we have some of the same parents. Remember, this is a login check-in. Green eyes? I only have one green eye, one blue eye. Pinta. You're a wolfo. Okay, so maybe not quite the
Well,
same
here goes
parents
nothing.
then. A little bit too short, but we're fine. Cock and ball torture headquarters. Yeah, needs to be longer. Looks like one lime green, one dark green. It's the angle. Can't get the lighting. Really sharp, but way too loud. Every Twitch stream. My stream's not loud. Only just started. Thanks ever. Biggest little FurCon after party. Little green from here? Yeah, it's hard to get the lighting on my eye, but you can see it in my emotes. Fox not showing up. Meet the Animals event. True. Maybe you can see it on this emote. Free Porn Addict Anonymous. Needs more loot. Like me on the 12-hour Dairy Queen? Ooh, spicy ice cream. Blue with a violet ring. Well, that's pretty. Psychologist traumatized by your psychologist. Yeah, so Fox Village. Love that place. Covered in fox hair. Makes sense.
Who looks the most ridiculous here? Place your vote now.
Aw, thank you for that emote love. Let's see, who looks the most ridiculous?
And here are the results. Audience, what do you think?
Going with it. Oh!
Here's who twisted your words.
CBT coming in for the
Points
win.
for them.
Harry, say Toby.
And you, the victim, get some pity points.
Be lazy, get some rest. That's not lazy.
I hope somebody got a screen grab of this.
Getting rest is good for your health. Have a good one, Leos.
Here's the order of who I think is cool from top to bottom.
Emmy.
We're gay
I'm
like a
sorry.
fox.
I'm so bad at that.
Okay, let's move on. Let's go to
Did you say Kuma?
web
Nope.
forum.
Hey, Rathy.
Your second prompt is being sent to your device.
Emmy.
Please answer it.
My bad. Emmy, I gotta practice that. A step friend of mine calls me lazy for getting sleep on a regular schedule. It's called self-care. So yeah, no mind. I'm bad with names. That's my excuse. Also, Emmy. Tell them that? You need it. Have a good night.
Okay, here's what
Sleep.
you're working with. Do your worst.
Have a good night, Laos Eclipse. Pleasant dreams. I mean, sleep well. Box After Dark. Yes, this is definitely After Dark. Self-care, you need some of that. Need to wake up at 11.
Ready or not,
It's 3:20.
Here we go.
That's right about the amount of time. You like jazz? The bland definitely needs some jazzing up. Needs more jazz. Jazz hands! Jazz hands! Feel about potatoes. Pretty much the lazy one. Lazy potatoes? What? I was talking about couldn't tell about a double truck night and Mike Zangi's gaming. Oh, please roll. Hope, chill out. Go back to each their own. No, no bigots, please. Video edit, upload description. Obsessed with old man with beards and mustaches. Yeah, all Santas. Nice. So nightmare fuel for little kids. That's what we do around here. Clusters, they look like a giant penis. Depends on which denomination, I guess. Hang out for 5 p.m. on Saturday. I'll be asleep during that time. At 5 on a Saturday? Cash pay? Ah, that's what she meant. Ew. Should I build another guitar soon? Would I be able to use a print of the fox butt? If you got someone to sketch it. It popped. Ah.
As P. Diddy would say, vote or die.
Vote or die. Somebody didn't vote?
Let's see who got the votes. You look like a fool.
Dash. Burning beetles.
Okay, let's see what that round does. Let's keep this party train moving and go to a
Need to troubleshoot an internet issue.
social
Blah.
media site.
My butt? My butt doesn't come to points like a guitar
Another
does.
prompt is headed your way. Now please get to it.
Have you checked? Some people have seen my butt. At least, somewhat. He played Wonder Song? I've never heard of it before.
All right, let's do the twist.
Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. Smooth to hold. I'll admit that that part is true. Let's hope this works. Seems fine. You're doing well. Social media, get those hashtags in. Looks like we still have one more person to submit.
Let's see how this pans out.
Is yourself over a big fall? It's the Fresh Maker. Make you fresh against your will. What the is a Fresh Maker? I can't Google it. So someone explain. It's for the Mentos. Get out of my swamp! Florida man yells at alligators. I'm generally very nice. The real Donald Trump. He's the nicest, kindest man. Wolf, not wolf ox. Little argument over that one. A little too country for my taste. Cannibal Corpse named #1 death metal band. Little bit country. One thing off. Loud massive burp to assert my dominance right in front of my salad. Not in my salad! I hate millennials. Trump 2020 MAGA. Yep. They hate young independent people. Can't use this on a Ninetales? Tips on bestiality. How many butts do Ninetales have, though?
Do your civic duty and vote now.
One butt, 9 tails. I figured as much. Seems very crowded, though.
Here's what people think.
Everyone went with the Trump one.
Oh, that's what's on that. One of my figures.
Awkward.
Beatlesmen burning Andy. Let's see, Vel for 15 kills. Knight says yes with
Let's
8.
check out the scoreboard,
Shiro
shall we?
Lowell with 9 assists. Velfra and Beatlesman with 6. Knight says yes and Velfra getting
Let's end things
scrolls
at
in Stream Raiders.
Photo sharing site. and points are worth double this round. Here is your last prompt.
Yep, Beatlesman was saving up for revenge, because revenge is a dish best served up in a late-night party game.
Okay, it's the bottom of the ninth. Time to hit a slam dunk.
Oh, I should close the Screenwriters game.
Gulp. It all comes down to this.
I'm gonna try out my new anal beads, made them from these bad boys. Rollerblades? Ready for a night of beating with my wife. Dash, how could you? Cannonball! What? This is an Anthrocon. Yeah, I think you shouldn't have made that left turn at Albuquerque. He's asking for it? I mean, she might be. Last pick of blackjack? Yeah, where's our blackjack horse? White House, more like Gray House. Don't make me end the stream to make you go to bed, Dolby. I like to complain. You know what comes next. Oof. Emmy. You're gonna fly to Hawaii. Help in the void. Subways can be lonely. Ain't I a stinker? Don't make me turn this stream around, Dolby. Oh, I called you Dobby for a second.
Let's see who got the points.
Looks like it's gonna go to Beatlesman winning the game, I think.
Look at this half-wit.
Oh, went to Dash. I didn't see the both. Did Dash? Oh yeah, Dash won.
Whoa, buddy. It all comes down to this.
Oof. I didn't see it. I think it was behind my head.
Hey, you know, that's real. I think you really did something today here.
Worst person?
Nice.
I think this game proves it, Dash. For a very slight moment. All right, next game. We've got about an hour. an hour before we start winding down, it's possible one more game may get squeezed out of that. Fibbage 3 regular. Fibbage 2, not 3. Alright, so that's a separate vote. Enough about you. Yet again, a separate vote. None of those stack because Fibbage 3 regular, Enough About You, and Fibbage 2 are all separate games. Blather Round, TKO. So far, we still haven't gotten a second vote. Oh, now we see a second vote on Blather Round. Enough About You, that's a second vote. Enough About You, that's 3. Yes, I know, I'm keeping track of this. I can count. Blather Round, that's 3 for Blather Round. I know Fibbage Enough About You, voting a second time on the same person cannot vote for the same thing twice. It's still tied at 3 each. Vote for Fibbage even though I'm not playing. But which one? There were 3 separate Fibbage votes. Fibbage 2, Fibbage 3 regular, Fibbage 3 Enough About You. If you just say Fibbage, that doesn't vote for any of them. Cylon Toph, hi. Enough About You? It doesn't... They're separate Fibbage games. They specifically voted for 3 separate Fibbage games. Fibbage 2, Fibbage 3 regular, and Enough About You. Cylon Toph voting for Fibbage 3. Is that regular Fibbage 3 or Enough About You? Regular, alright. Fibbage 3 regular now has 2 votes, but currently in the lead. Fibbage 3 Enough About You and Blather Round. Fibbage 3 now has 3 votes. Regular Fibbage 3, alright. That will work. Blather, okay. Now Carlos is tied up. Now it's 4 votes each. Blather Round and and regular Fibbage 3. Now tied at 4 votes. No voted for though? No, he voted for Enough About You. Regular Fibbage. Alright. It's like taking herding cats and then getting them to vote on something. Switching to Enough About You. Are people voting specifically to tie it up again? Because I really would like to play a game instead of counting votes. Unless people just want to play informal democracy. Carlos said Blather Round. Stop lying about votes or else I will just pick one of the other ones. You don't have the game? You don't need the game, Lupus. You still just join the vote for what you want. I own the game, you don't need to have it. I'm just gonna go with Fibbage 3 normal. Because that's where I was going before people started doing the hokey pokey with the voting. Is that how it works? Yes. When I'm saying go to Jackbox.tv on your phone, in a web browser on your PC or Mac, on an iPad, anything that you can pull up a browser, although, I mean, Safari barely counts as a browser on tablets, anyway. Take dinner before flattering? You have to have dinner before flirting? That seems a little bit excessive. How are you ever going to get someone to pay you a compliment? I do both first normal and then it depends on the voting. I think Blather Around still had 4 votes, so if we're doing them in order of that, it would go normal, Fibbage 3, then Blather Around, then Enough About You. You want to ask as a pillow? It's probably a little lumpy. Didn't Enough About You have more? No, Andy specifically said he changed his vote. He didn't say I'm also voting for Enough About You. He said I changed my vote to regular Fibbage. There's like a blind date. Yeah. How do you know you... Whatever. Anyway, get your browsers ready. Lupus, you jumping in? Make sure you are signed in with Twitch before you try to put the code in. This is democracy. You don't always get what you want. I mean, that's how we've been living for the past 4 years. All right. Lupus, are you signed in? Everyone who wants to join, make sure you are signed in with Twitch. Don't burn you at the stake. You've been multiple times tonight, you've been saying, ugh, you're not doing what I wanted. Well, I try to run this democratically. That's what happens. Here comes the room code for Fibbage 3. All right, we got 8 and 3. Yeah, copy the code. Copy it. Built so quick? Yeah.
Welcome to Fibbage.
This is a popular
I'm Cookie
game,
Masterson.
Emmy.
Unless you're a lone dead officer, then I'm Gavin LaForge. Well, a full game. Don't I feel popular? Oh, and anyone else who wants to get in can be in the audience. You can vote on decoy answers to trip up the players, and you get to take a shot at guessing the truth. Let's do this.
That's not the only time you've complained about how the voting goes.
This is round 1, where you'll get 500 points for fooling the other players with your lies. And you'll get 1,000 for finding the truth. Select a category. All right, question 1. Bears living on the Kranatsky Nature Reserve in Russia have developed an unexpected addiction to blank. Now, use your device to enter a bluff that might just fool your fellow players into thinking it's the truth. If you can't think of anything, that Lie For Me button will give you a suggestion for half the points. Do it now!
You totally answered this question correctly? Well, we don't know. I don't want you to say the answer.
All right, now find the truth and select it on your device.
Suspected addiction to fermented berries, energy drinks, mushrooms, television, radioactive plants, heroin, huffing jet fuel, magic mushrooms, cottage cheese, vodka. Sure, let me play. Don't you get started too. This is done in the most fair way possible. It's not a matter of I'm letting people in
let's see what you guys
to play
picked.
or not play. I just throw the code out there. Survival fittest. It's whoever can type the fastest, basically, because by putting it in chat, it means we're not dealing with stream lag. I thought I'd go for the vodka anyway. Need to step away? Don't worry about that, Lupus. It just means that you step away. It means that you don't get to play, but maybe you'll play next time. Huffing jet fuel? What the heck?
Only you can prevent me from doing drugs.
Where are they getting jet fuel from?
Time to pick a category. Now listen up. In 1838, a British teenaged criminal named Boy Jones broke into Buckingham Palace. When police captured him, they found that he had blank stuffed in his pants. Enter your lies now.
I'm surprised you didn't know that you could join the game without owning the game, Lupus. I guess I didn't make that clear. Only one person needs to own the game. Please join.
Hurry up! Use a suggestion if you can't think of
Press
anything.
Ew, Shad. Ew.
Okay, look for the
Sounds like you're gonna
truth
sleep.
and pick it.
Can't you let it export while you sleep? Excalibur. Queen Victoria's brassiere, gummy worms, the family jewels, the queen's underwear, female underwear, gourmet cakes, corgis, cabbage, shoe polish. I thought you meant exporting as in exporting to the website as in uploading. How long we got? At least 45 minutes, Dolby.
I love this part.
Oh, exporting. Ah, okay. B-A-R... B-R-A-Z-Z-I-E-R. Or B-R-S-S-S-I-E-R. Shoe polish. Yeah, Andy should have gotten a hint on a leg up on this one. Moogle Master hitting 3 big ones.
That was a big one.
Just have some ice water, Dolby. That'll wake you up. Gummy worm? I don't know if gummy worms were a thing back then. What?
No one knows what the boy was going to do with them, especially considering Craigslist hadn't been invented yet.
In 1838, an old-fashioned panty raid of the Queen. Gonna come back to stream? Oh, thanks, Vexiant. Thanks for your raid.
Give me a
Big
category.
beefy raid of 15. Let's go check. Let me give you a shout out again.
We're gay like a fox.
Okay, here's your question. There's a Marvel
That
Comics
Smash
villain
Bro.
who wears clothes
Check
from
the pub. Welcome to the
1900s
foxhole.
and rides a flying tandem bicycle with a similarly dressed female mannequin. His name, of course, is blank. Write your lies now.
Well, everything sounds louder now. You must have had a pressure bubble then. Wall socket? That's a nose boop.
Okay, take a look and find the
You'll
truth.
follow soon? Yeah, you should give him a follow. Especially if you like Smash Brothers and lime jello furries. Old man. Carson Kressley. Sideburn Carson Kressley. The Executioner. The Tyrannical Tandem. Tcenology. Young Oldman. Circus Man. Dr. Pennyfarthing. The Flying Fox. Turner D-Century. Fox noses do look like wall sockets. Depends on what color your wall sockets are.
All right.
My wall sockets
what?
are white or off-white. That one. Poor Carson Kressley, he's not that old. Check the pup. It's Mr. Old Man to you. Turner D-Century, of course.
In Brooklyn, he blends right in.
Boop. Nose boop. Yeah, Marvel's villains tend to be very literal. Google that. You can hear my keyboard if I'm Googling that.
Okay, pick a category.
They love pun names for villains. Oh. Almost missed my chance to pick a category.
Let's see how this strikes you. From 2011 to 2013, there was a soap opera in India with an unusual title that translated to Big Sister Blank. Type in your lies now.
Oh, Skyfox boops. Lupus countering with different boops. That looks even more like a wall socket, though.
Okay, which one is the truth?
Big Sister Dance, Big Sister Scandal, Big Sister Wife, Big Sister Wives, Big Sister Little Brother, Big Sister in Prison, Big Sister Best Lover, Big Sister Breastfeeding, Big Sister Hitler, Big Sister Hysterectomy. Not making this easy. Union so far, second player standing. I don't have any point of reference for this.
Pick?
Darn it! Why am I first? Bam!
That was a good lie.
Little Master getting one for in prison. Big Sister Little Brother. I mean, that makes sense from like a poetic standpoint. What?
Yeah, the
Really?
last episode really went out with a bang.
What? Why? It actually was Hitler.
Sit tight a sec, I gotta check my feed.
That happens a lot in this game. We're like, oh, we're all laughing at that answer because it sounds so stupid, and it's the right answer.
Tweet. Tito Jackson tweeted a picture of himself with employees at Whataburger and included the hashtag blank. All right, type in your lies.
Apparently this called Big Sister Hitler because she's strict.
Okay, seek the truth.
Isn't that like a legal term now? Reductio ad Hitler? I mean, wouldn't it have been better to call them like Stalin or hashtag my first burger. This is a tasty burger. Time for me to puke. Eating right, ate too much. Tito time. Jackson fries. Me too. Start from the bottom. Now we're here. Foot lettuce 2. What? Also in the fox.
Let's see how things shook out.
National just called her General. Ah. That's
It's always Tito time.
Felt like something that Tito would write. I mean, it's the internet. A lot of people. Part of the reason only people put hashtags is to like call attention to themselves.
All right, here it is. In Rogers, Arkansas, a man named Johnny Lee Nichols was arrested for going door to door offering to trade blank for sex. Okay, enter your lies.
Hashtags helps SEO. Yeah, I know they do. But I'm saying that it increases the likelihood that people will find it. But mostly it's pointing out something that they're doing.
All right, where's the truth?
There's somebody on my tennis team who used to use the hashtag hot sexy boy or hot gay boy with his selfies. I'm like, doesn't that seem like you're kind of advertising? Offering to trade his pet goat for sex, vacuum cleaners, video games, baseball cards, knives and forks, yard work, tap water, dynamite, Hello Kitty merchandise, drugs. Should pick the other one? Who knows? This could be anything.
Okay, let's take a look.
Oh, why am I always first? Tap water? Yes, the hot commodity, tap water. Good deal to trade with. But what did I put again? I put vacuum. No, I think I put baseball card. Blackjack!
平吉ファミリー&アイアーインアイソレーションアスアプレコーションアンティルアワーコビットテスカムバックマザーインローハドアパーシステント交付Hope you all are well.mmmmmmmmmm
Blackjack, we were just talking about you in the last game because there was a picture of a horse, and we talked about you, Blackjack.
Good luck. Sweetwater, Texas,
Glad you're
holds an
okay.
annual beauty
Stay
pageant
safe.
with a unique twist. Every contestant must blank a blank. Write your lies now.
Just sell containers of tap water.
Write something quick. Okay, find the truth.
Tap war is important? Absolutely. Must choose a favorite parent. Win a best sweet tea contest. French kiss a pig. Decapitate a rattlesnake. Walk a tightrope. Suckle a popsicle. Bake a pie. Hunt a fox. Pose with a gun. Wear a chicken costume. Gotta go. All right. Bye, Decky. Have a good night.
All right, let's see what everybody picked.
French kiss a pig? That seems cruel to the pig. Dolby wants some bud. And a fox? There are no really have foxes in Texas. Bounce after throne? Alright, Cylon. Toph. Ah, didn't get it. That was yours, too! Urgh! Blah. So many people got it. I didn't win
Miss
this
Snake Charmer also has the honor of standing in a pit filled with poisonous snakes.
one. Okay. Well, some of them are... Yeah. Beatlesman winning by 700 points. Alright, good night, Toph. So with the 3,000 points, I could have won, but I guessed the wrong thing. Dang it. Snakes. Why'd it have to be snakes? Good night, Lupus. Oh, you didn't join us for any of the games. Alright, one vote for Enough About You. One for Trivia Murder Party 2. Had you fun? It was a very spirited discussion in the stream today. Retiring to the Discord. Is there a group there? No one. Oh, they are streaming. Yeah, we got 5 people hanging out in Discord. If you want to go chat with them, Dolby. Split the room. Have a good night, Lupus. Trivia Murder Party. That's 2 for Trivia Murder Party. 3 for Trivia Murder Party. 1 for Blather Round. You teach me how to play? Be here next time. We'll teach you. You want to get bitten on the asp? Blather Round has 2. Battle's ready. Battle is ready. I'll keep tabulating the numbers. Blather Round has 3. We don't have to end the stream with stream over. That's true. Going to Blather Round. Fine with whatever. He's Fox Dab. Johnny Benny with the dab. Split the Fibbage Murder Internet Monster Joke Party. Yeah, I gotta split it. Oh, I know. Velfra with 3 kills. Yataro also 3. Taran 33, Knight, and Milafu with 2. Jaguatoof. With 4 assists. Princess Arya with 3. Princess Katsume Velfra Knight with scrolls and gold. You know, Finger Stream? Yeah. They don't always keep it long enough. Trivia Murder Party 2 with 3. Blather Round with 3. AMTP, hello. Emmy, going to bed. Got a hangout alert today. Had a lot of fun. I'm glad you had fun too, Emmy. Have a good night. See you soon, I hope. More Japanese? Again, you're spending hearts and I haven't had time. I've got 2 accents and now 3 minutes of Japanese backed up because this stream has not let up for a second. Next vote tied between Trimmer Party and Lather Around. Again, accent requests backed up. Trimmer Party 2 it is. There we go. That's what we're going with. We're just not voting anymore. Like after it gets to a certain point, it's just going to be sudden death on the last one. It's like I don't want to keep tabulating votes or cajoling for votes. Oh, I should probably put a unit down too. Not for long. Dun dun dun. The original Miracle on 34th Street, like the black and white one? I think I've only watched a couple of black and white movies. And It's a Wonderful Life is probably one of my favorites, although Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid is another good one. All right, Trivia Murder Party time. Oh, I should put my code in so I don't get locked out of my own game. All right, here comes the room code. Cat and the Canary from my... I've heard of that, but I don't think I've ever watched that. Favorite Christmas movie? It's a good one. It's a wonderful movie. Trivia Murder Party in 3, 2, 1... Not the Truman Party game, please. Can I join? You can absolutely join Fire Gaming, but you gotta be in. Everyone's welcome to play. You just have to get the code in. This movie, Die Hard? Yeah, that's true. I guess it's ostensibly a Christmas movie, but... There's Fire Gaming. We only have 7? Usually there's a fight to get in on this one. Christmas Story? It's alright. It's a little bit too much, the Wonder Years for me. Consider yourself a VTuber. I know the phrase is supposed to be a scene on throne on people who face for. That's exactly what it means, Johnny Benny. VTuber, they started like making a big deal with hashtags and announcing it in their tweet. I know Whiskey Dingo has been like shouting VTuber in his announcements when he goes live. It just means that somebody who has a virtual avatar on YouTube or Twitch or whatever streaming. Yippee-ki-yay, mother father. Alright, we got our 8. Let's fire it up. VTuber like a hashtag? Yeah. Well, he's like prefacing the start of his announcement on Discord with bracket VTuber in caps, close bracket.
Welcome.
So it's like the first thing you read when it
Party.
pops up in your notifications.
Those free vacation coupons you received in the mail were a trick, luring you into a game with deadly consequences.
I was just in EVA's
Only one of you will survive.
stream, and
that
she
one
was
survivor will get a coupon
doing
for 20% off your next
something
visit.
like
All right,
VTuber.
first question. Which of the
First
following does the
VTuber
little
stream or
prince fall
something?
in love with on his little planet? Use your device to answer the question.
Sanborn,
And the correct answer is... Who got the question
it's
right?
not just the hashtag, he does the rest of it.
The rest of you...
Fortunately, I played a game based on The Little Prince. I played a board game.
And here are your bags. Welcome to
And
room
that's how I knew about the
105.
rose.
Pegs!
Pegs
You're going to drop down
in
this board and try to
space.
avoid the death zones. Someone needs to pick which slots are death zones. Hey, you!
Yeah,
pick the
me.
landing slots that kill.
If it's just me... Aha!
Okay! Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from. It's fun!
How many will I get? That's not mine. Oh, lucky bounce.
Ooh, I
Money,
just love watching
money.
this one.
Wow, you all missed.
I should rename them Disappointment Zones.
Yes.
This elevator's a real death trap. For real, though.
You know this is where you come if you want pegging, Paldo. Pegging on stream.
Let's keep moving. My parents never let me have pets, but now I have you!
Where's the collars?
What happens if you get a mogwai wet? Who picked this?
You know your Gremlins movies.
The rest of you, come with me.
Mogwai is the species
Welcome
that
to room
Gizmo the
237.
Gremlin, or not Gremlin, that the
Ah,
Gremlins
the
all
spirit
come
of
from.
Giving. You each get $500. Give some of that money to your friend. The person with the most cash at the end will die.
Eat after
But
midnight,
there's a catch.
or if the
If
other
one of
ones
you ends
get
up
wet,
with $800 or more,
or if they get
I'll
if they get
kill
wet,
the other one instead.
eat after midnight. Wasn't there a third one?
Begin.
I forgot what it is.
Time for a credit check.
サッツボワットユーコールルクレイティブペギングドット MMMMMMMMMM
Yeah, you guys made some money with your pegging.
You're not going anywhere. Remember, dead players are still players, just more see-through. Keep playing and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game.
Thank you for the 100 biddies again, Blackjack.
Let's try another one.
Hope you and Safi and
Which of the following is not traditionally
yeah.
in white chocolate?
horse children. Code again? It's DVKA.
Almost out of time. Who picked this? The rest of you who are still alive, I want to show you
So
something.
the thing that's not in white chocolate is the thing that makes it dark. In other words,
You know what?
the
I just want to
cocoa.
play Quiplash. The game will send a question to your devices. Type in the funniest answer you can think of and hit send.
Oh, this is a good time to do at least a minute of Japanese.
I made this time longer than usual, so you'll get extra stressed out when you still can't think of anything funny.
じゃあこの1分が字幕が字幕じゃあこれで字幕が直しました。そうですね。ホワイトチョコレートはチョコレートじゃないんですよね。
Enter something hilarious.
そのファット、その脂肪が入っていますけど、本当にココアが入ってないです。 トイレットペーパーの
Alright,
最
everyone
悪
else,
の
vote
名
for the
前
answer
は
you like the best.
バッドダディーズサンドペーパープラス
The player
サン
who
ディー
wrote
ズ
the
サンド
answer
ペ
with
ー
the
パー
fewest votes dies.
だって。両方はサンドペーパーが言ってましたね。じゃあどっちが勝つのかな。
Last chance to get your votes in.
じゃあどっ
Okay,
ちが
let's see what people think.
勝利。ジェイク。ごめんなさい、カーロス。ジェイクの勝ちです。
Can't argue with the votes. We're here.
Carlos was killed by
With one player is
Quiplash.
left alive, we'll go to the final round.
Got Quiplashed to
Next
death.
question. Which of the following is not found in a prokaryotic cell? If you're in the audience, you need to answer too.
Cell membrane, ribosome, cytoplasm, nucleus. I
Time's almost
forgot
up.
actually what prokaryotic means. I remember studying this in biology class.
Who picked this?
But I did kind of remember that. I just forgot what it means.
Time for consequences. It's math, one of my least requested minigames.
I remembered it
Do as
didn't have a
much math
nucleus,
as you
but I
can
forgot what
before
it
time
is.
runs out.
Can somebody look it up?
Everyone else will be playing along.
I'm not a biology
If one of them
nerd,
does
that's the
better
thing.
than you, it's
I
punishment
did better
time.
in chemistry then.
Let's go. I am here for the math. Hurry up and finish your math.
Ooh,
I
Jake.
guess U plus math equals dead.
Achievement for every player making to round 10. I'd have to check the list. I've never seen it. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the audience
Single
is a
cell
player
organism.
now. Can win the whole frickin'
That's
game.
yeah.
Hot tip: you can join the audience at any time.
What's a rotunda? It's like a big open area
Let's keep
under
moving.
a dome.
Which of these is not a Frida Kahlo painting?
You can out-nerd the fox. Or fox dies to lottery ticket. I have
picked
such a terrible...
This.
Actually, I
Follow
clicked a
me.
button. I'm like, wow, you really knew the answer really fast, Jake.
It's tattoo time! Create a new tattoo on my back by drawing on your device. Harder. Yeah. Yeah. My God. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Right there. Oh. Ah. Ow. That was really transformative for me. Now vote for your favorite tat. The artist with the fewest votes will die. Vote already.
Most of the people voting are in the game, so they can't vote for their own.
What did we decide? Ugh, this ink has got to go. Time for a little pay back.
Oh, I think I probably need to move the chat back
Let's
down
try another one.
to here.
Which planet has the largest moon? Who picked?
Usually the ones with words
This.
fail, but
Come with me.
Hey, watch the language.
Time to try to
Biggest
save
planet,
yourself
biggest
with
moon.
the
That
password.
makes sense.
Enter a real 4-letter word with your device. Don't make it easy. If someone cracks your password, you die.
I mean,
It
don't
shouldn't take this long to
don't
think
push
up a
me,
4-letter
AMTP.
word.
I'll delete the next one you do.
Now
like that.
everyone else will try to crack the passwords. As a team, guess either password on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. I will reward you all for every password you figure out in time.
D something M on the left.
Don't be greedy about what letters you figured out. Let everyone know.
Deep? Alright, we got him. D something M.
Time's almost up.
DEM.
That password
Demo?
did
Darn
not
it,
hold.
I had DEM at the end. Almost had you, Jake.
Remember the book Eloise about a little girl living in a hotel causing mischief? I'm like her, but with more murder.
You have a little feud going on here,
Let's keep
Andy and
moving.
Beetle.
Which of these spooky sounding implements is a real tool?
Ghost wrench, zombie saw, hex key, witch screw. That bird from STI? Yeah, it's the what does it call it? The silent killer. Burning sensation.
Who picked this? Time for consequences.
Hex key, also known as an Allen wrench.
We're going to play with mirrors. The ghost of my Aunt Mildred loves to write words on mirrors. Pay attention to her unique handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will all the safe players. Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's Aunt Mildred's. Let the drawing begin. Pay attention to the words as they appear, and try to spot my auntie.
That hex key isn't hex code? Not quite like that.
So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die.
Lurk, maybe
Would
snooze.
the real Aunt
Yeah,
Mildred please stand up?
it's getting late, Blackjack.
Aw, you got it. Stupid mirror game. Unbelievable.
Hard workout? Yeah. But stay safe. Stay well. This one isn't hard. They gotta make the
Let's try another
drawing tool a
one.
little bit thinner. Yeah.
Which of these is not one of the 4 fundamental forces of flight?
You have to make fast strokes. But that's hard when you're doing it with your finger because you can't see.
This. I want to show you something.
And hard to do it with a mouse. So the only way to really do that one right is if you have a drawing
the lost
tablet.
art of letter writing. I'm going to dictate a message to you. Write down as much of what I say as you can. Everyone else will be typing too. And if anyone does a better job than you, you die.
Seeking Monster, it's been a while.
Okay, starting letter now. Dear Chocolate Puff Cereal, I love your product, but I fear your mascot. Peter the Puff Pig is clearly insane. His painted smile on the box is an obstacle I must overcome every time I prepare breakfast. Please just send me your delicious product in a clear plastic bag. Time's up. Okay, now let me just look back at my beautiful words as and
Last
here's
game?
how you did.
We'll maybe do one more.
But did anyone do better than you? Well, you failed. What is this garbage? I've seen Reddit threads that make more sense than this.
The stamping. The stamping's the best part. 23 is not bad. Thank you for the aggressive thing. Oh, good luck, Ducky.
Let's keep moving.
Hey, Silver.
What's the proper term for the Northern Lights?
What if when he stamped he made us seductive?
This.
Or do you mean sedative?
Only a ghost got it wrong. Aw, crap.
A sedative moan would be like...
Well, this is fun, but I need it to end.
Making me sleep.
Time to get serious.
You and me, Jake. Jake, almost killed you with the password.
Okay, this is a game where only one person can survive, so...
The Aurora Borealis.
I hope you can hold your breath.
Although,
only
what is
one
the
of these
southern
keys will open the lock to your tank.
So it goes by a different name.
Pick the right key before you drive. I don't want to tell you what to do here, but pick an...
What? No! Ah!
I guess I could have given you less keys. Well, hindsight is 20/20.
Aurora
Glad to see you're the one
Australis.
to make it here alive, but will you be the one to escape? I'm going to give you a category. 8 most common English letters. Tap each answer that fit. Let's see the right answers. You advance 1 space for every correct answer.
Coming for you, Jake. Coming for
You're a little bit closer to
you.
escaping, but you're not alone in here. If a ghost catches up with you, they will steal your life force. Then they can escape and win the game.
Yeah,
Here's
Beetleman's got
everyone's
it
next
right.
question. And ghosts get a third choice to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up.
Dang it.
Founding members of NATO. Next question.
Bible story? Oh yeah. David and Goliath.
Coca-Cola brands.
Darn it. I thought I actually had that.
Don't fall behind. It's only darkness. Nocturnal animals. Time. Let's just call that a fluke.
Lipton from Pepsi?
Moving on.
Maybe.
Monogamous animals. Time is almost up.
Slight progress. Yes.
Getting pretty close to the exit.
Hurry, Beetle. Hurry.
Tomato varieties.
Drake's got this? I don't know. He's got to get all three now.
Too slow, so you gotta go. Not so fast. You need a perfect answer for your final escape. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
Not everyone who's good at these is Googling.
You have to get all the right answers to escape.
All right, I'm in striking distance.
Cards.
If you don't get this, I'm gonna win, Jake. It all comes down to this. Blammo! Astrologian, or if you play Binding of Isaac, or play any of the Persona games, you'll know the major arcana in the tarot deck. Or if you actually know tarot cards. Oh. Kiara-san, ごきげんよう。今、日本では6時32分ですね。こちらは朝1時32分です。これからもう一つのゲームをします。We'll do one more game before I wrap it up. General, I'm always wondering what's supposed to be fun about Googling, like when I have fast enough time to Google or time out if I attempted Googling. Yeah, or you could be a witch, yes. Time for one more? We have time for one more. This will be the last one though, because I have work in roughly 8 hours. And I never go right to sleep after a stream. I usually like hang out in the raid a little bit. I'm gonna start the battle actually so we can just get going. Enough about you, 2 votes. 3 votes, 4 votes. Blather around, 2 votes. Enough about you, 5 votes. Which is weird because I don't know some of you that well. Atashi? そうですね。あと8時間に仕事がありますので、そろそろ寝ようとします。Takes me an hour to get per. Yeah, absolutely. You need to wind down. Vel for 25 kills and 9 assists. Micro says Yeast with 9 kills. Shirolo with 8 assists. With our first, second place. Velfra, Knight says Yeast, Soldier, and Flagbearer Scrolls.
I can't keep driving, it don't feel right. I take the exit, just looking for a place to stay. There's only moonlight, the sky is black. I'm really lost, but I can't turn back. What's that ahead? A hotel with a vacancy.
Although also thinking Enough about you. Yep. Jackbox TV logged you out of Twitch. It usually stays, but if you remove your cookies and stuff, I think it will. By a landslide, 6-4 is not what I would call a landslide. Like 6-2 would be a landslide. 6-4 is pretty close. Vote for whatever comes after. We're already going. Already going, Kinta. Looks like Kinta's voting for Stream Raiders. Good night, UCDO. People want to play Enough About You, apparently. Hoping to get in. I'll try as fast as I can. Beatlesman hasn't been playing, I think. You were in for one game, and I think you've been missing out on a lot of these Beatlesman, so. Bedtime is 2 to 4. It's 4:36. You should go to bed then, Kinta. What are you doing up? You should go to bed. We'll be almost there. The printer finished, just need someone comments. Ah. Well, maybe. Oh. I mean, why can't you just just upload it in the morning? Stream on Mondays. Yes, Monday night. Indeed. Alright, here comes the room code for Fibbage Enough About You. Zanwolf, hello! We're just about to play the last game of the evening. Too bad you weren't here earlier. Johnny Benny, Zanwolf, if you want to play, here comes the room code. You will actually join the game this time around? Hope you do. Here it comes. Make sure you're logged into Twitch. 3. Just woke up, just wandered by? Well, hang out as you wake up and rub the sleep out of your eyes. At the end of the script, so it should be over. Most people comment live. Oh, okay. Technically, today is the 7th. Yes, that's true. Here comes the code. 3, 2, 1. Boom. That was fast. I don't know where to put this. I forget which side of the screen that pops up on. Moogle Master? Aldo, do you want to shorten your names? Got. I'll give you 10 seconds. Term of the day changed either during sleep or 6 a.m. if I pull an all-nighter. Blah. Alright, starting the game. Oh, there we go. Paldo gets to choose. Surprised Moogle didn't want to just change it to Moogle or something. Or Moogle Master. Because that would fit if you drop the. But, oh well. Who's El Pescado? It's Maguro Soba.
Welcome to Enough About You. I'm Cookie Masterson, and that's enough about me. 8 players. That's enough to field an official korfball team. And yet you chose to play this game. I thank you. And if you're not playing, don't forget you can still join the audience. The audience votes on fake answers to fool those gullible players, and they also get to guess the truth. Let's hit it.
As we learned from The Little Mermaid.
Okay, here's the deal. You're about to see a question on your device. Answer truthfully. During the game, you'll make up lies about the other players. You get 500 points for everyone you fool with your lies, 1,000 for finding the truth.
A little bit racist
and when
because
question's
the
about
song
you,
includes
you
the
get
lyrics,
reputation
hee
points
hee
for
hee,
players who
ho
get
ho
the right
ho.
answer. Ready? Well, I am. Time to answer your question.
No. You're actually quoting the song just fine. That's literally in the song. But now, for the first time, Disney Plus actually has a warning on movies that have racist parts in it back from the 60s and 70s. And they say, warning contains outdated racial references or something like that. It's kind of elevator music. It's like 70s elevator music.
First question. The highlight of this player's last Saturday night
Bossa Nova?
was blank.
It's kind of like Bossa Nova. Highlight of Paula's last Saturday night was... I like that they include the warning but also leave the content as is said, pretending it didn't happen. Yeah, they don't edit it out. They don't try to like re-edit it. I mean, it's educational knowing that that's how people thought back then. Like Lady and the Tramp.
All right, pick the truth.
Definitely has some of those. Kitsu's stream, ordered veggie pizza from Domino's. Kids stream again? 14-hour sleep, watching live streams, Thanksgiving leftovers, watching a movie, night clubbing this stream. Do you all think that highly of my stream that it came up 3 times out of 9? Yeah, but it's like a third of the answers. That awesome?
Okay,
Debatable.
what did everyone pick?
Oh, dang. Maybe somebody else ordered the pizza. I thought I had remembered that properly. Kablamo.
Great lie there. Here's something you might be interested in.
14 hours. Wow. You slept like twice as long as most people.
Okay, here's the question. The nerdiest thing this player likes to do is
that's bad
blank.
math.
Type in your lies now.
Yuki dear, hi. How you doing? In case any of you don't know Yuki dear, playing Control. What kind of game is that? I mean, it's obviously a Control type of game, but what? Thanksgiving leftovers would have been 6 weeks old, not been a highlight. Depends on how, if you froze them or not. Yeah, I've done like 1 minute out of like 3 now.
Come on, time's running out.
The game from Remedy. Okay. What kind of game is that?
Okay, where's the truth?
Paint Warhammer figurines, LARPing, investigate about animal odors, sort Pokemon cards, play tabletop games, cosplay, reorganize my DVDs, Raspberry Pi hobby projects, we constantly refresh election results. Well, I mean, we're all doing that last month, but... Or, I guess it's still this month, huh?
All right, let's see what you guys picked.
LARPing is pretty nerdy. I do not LARP. The very idea. Ah, good one, Jesse. I got one.
Not your finest effort.
But that? That's not nerdy. That's just like
okay, here's
keeping
your
up on
question.
the news.
The substance this player would at least like to swim in would be blank.
So doing it now? What?
Okay, enter your lies.
They do? Yes, yes they do. Uh-huh.
Okay, seek the truth.
Hot garbage, feces, bugs, pig's blood, raw sewage, vomit, a Newtonian fluid, wolf blood, molasses. That's quite the shopping list of fun substances. I mean, molasses would be a good workout. I don't know if it'd be that bad. Or do you mean a non-Newtonian fluid? Swimming through hot garbage
Let's
is in
see
like
what everybody selected.
flaming newspapers. Pig's blood broth is very tasty. That's something that they do in like England. Got two. Rainbow vomit. Speaking of vomit.
Well, there it is.
Any bugs in particular? There are some that I probably wouldn't mind so much, like flies. No to scorpions. Cockroaches, I assume.
Try this one.
Millipedes.
The very first album this player bought was blank. Write your lies now.
Thomas, Girl Picks Queen, hello. Playing our last game of the night, but you're still welcome to join the audience and vote. Swimming in them? Creepy crawlies. Flies, they would probably all leave, so that's not a big problem.
Hey, I'm serious about that timer. Finish quick. Okay,
How
here
are
you
you
go.
doing tonight?
Find the truth.
Or early this morning, Thomas. Oh, and Pale Machine. Now that's what I call Music 8. Spice by Spice Girls. Parachutes by Coldplay. Utada Hikaru's Hikari. 10 by Pearl Jam. Final Fantasy X soundtrack online. Cowboy Bebop soundtrack from enslavement to obliteration.
Okay, let's take a look.
I can't really see Soba liking Spice Girls. Got Jesse multiple times this game. Only Coldplay outside of a couple songs. I think the only song I really like from them is Yellow.
And the question is, one thing that blows this player's mind just to think about is blank. All right, type in your lies.
Gotcha, Jesse. I don't think I've ever heard their music before.
Come on, time's running out. Okay, which one is the truth?
The vastness of space. Millennials. Renamon's humongous badonkers. Donald Trump becoming president. How many people genuinely love Trump? The Super Nintendo almost 30 years old. Astrophysics and black holes. How big inflatable toys can get.
All right, who picked what?
Is that going to be Jesse's? Yep. I knew I had to dodge that one. That was Jesse's. But a badonkadonk is like the butt. But bazongas or bazookas are like boobs. So I'm like trying to figure out what if badonkers are pecs or butts. It's like in the middle. Oh, I know they're truths, but I knew that you wouldn't do anything that obvious.
Now listen up. If werewolves attacked right now, this player would use blank as a weapon. Okay, enter your lies. Hurry, time's almost up. All right, find the truth.
My butt, my naked body, my golf club, a silver bullet, silver steak knife, a pen, dialogue and hugs, nothing. That comic that somebody posted the other day was actually right. It was like staff at a fur con forgetting about the full moon, turning into a werewolf, and being mobbed by people begging him to bite them at the fur con. Paraflare, hi! Yeah, silly.
I love this part.
Silly furries. My butthole! My butt! My butthole! I blew my butthole! Yeah, that one too. A pen? That's the only thing we know that you have in your desk. Jesse. Jesse, quite in the lead from that. Water spray
Here's
bottle.
the question. Something that's taking up too much storage space in this player's house is blank. Write your lies now.
Water spray bottle? Yeah, how about threatening them with a bath?
Hurry up and finish before time runs out.
Someone's trying to answer your question predictably. Yeah. Old tea bags and crumpets.
Okay, find the truth.
Storage space is my bed, my guitars and amps, old textbooks and literature, bags of balloons with furry art printed, box plushies, homework, comic book, a very bad dragon, Pokemon card collection. Yes, bath time for the wolf. Andy's not a fox, so I'm not sure why the fox answers maybe come up. But,
And what did people pick?
or maybe he is. I don't know if Andy, you're a wolf. Ah, not a fox. I didn't think you were a fox. See, that sounds like Andy. I know how to make it sound like Andy. Google Master with the callback.
Would you believe?
Huh. Bunch of you talking amps.
Okay, focus up. This player spends too much money on blank.
Some free
Type in your lies
balloons.
now.
I mean, yeah. Guess you're running away. That's what happens when people guess your answer so much.
Finish quick before you ruin it for everyone.
From between fox and wolf for a long time, sentinel and wolf. You're not
Alright,
going to settle
where's
for
the
the
truth?
hybrid fulf. Stream equipment and cat food, clothing with foxes on it, Overwatch loot boxes, underwear, conventions, Twitch subs, cat food, Pokemon plushies, being disappointed. Sam the Fulf, yes, for people who can't choose. Furries with split minds. Wolf sounds good. Oh, Andy, you gonna make the switch? You can be half wolf and be part of.
All right, let's see what everybody picked.
Stream equipment and cat food. I don't spend a whole lot on streaming because I already have the computer equipment. Cat food, not that expensive, actually. Overwatch loot boxes, I've never bought loot boxes, FYI. This is true, I own at least 20 different shirts with foxes on them. Yep. You two are going to the same place.
This is the final round. Everyone's gonna write one truth and one lie about
That's too
themselves.
obvious?
Anything you can think of. Dig deep because you get points for any player you fool with your lie. And for spotting other players' truths. Get to it.
I just spent like $80 on my latest shipment of box shirts. Now we're doing approaching limits.
Tick-tock, remember you need one truth and one lie before time runs out.
You can split just a big floofy fox or a small wolf. Well, if you're a wolf, then you're slightly cuter, more agile. Wolves are stronger than foxes, though. Or Eastern Dragon. Why do you need to change from your last one? Or a cat? I mean, you make it sound like a yearly reinventing.
Okay, spot the truth about this player.
It's 4 hours at the hospital on Wednesday. I was 4 hours at the bank on Thursday. Hard to tell with Jesse's. Bang. Why did it take you 4 hours? Never been on a motorcycle. I used to keep kosher. Comes with a derp I don't understand. Yeah, it sounds like he would want to tear himself apart, or nibble on himself at least. Still waiting on votes. Ooh, not getting these tonight. Huh. Never had weed, never had alcohol. Sanakaji? No. I've never heard of that. You're like, but that makes no sense. A lot of furry things don't make sense. Wow, I'm 0 for 3 on these so far. Blah.
Take a guess.
That car wasn't being ready to wait for me. Blah. Yikes. Moving octopus tentacles? I've heard of the tentacles thing, I just didn't know the name. I don't know a lot of Korean food names. 0 for 4 tonight. Really doing badly. I don't like octopus, so nope. My main in Street Fighter, I have a picture of my main in Overwatch.
Okay, which one?
Yeah, definitely more Overwatch. I'll eat anything if it doesn't kill me. I'm very picky with how I eat. Oh yeah. Mercy was my first suspicion. It's a trap! Close the door. Is that a Panic at the Disco reference? Played the piano for 9 years, played the trumpet for 9 years. Wow. Not a single person fooled by that. I played the trumpet for 8 years, actually. Yeah, but I wasn't sure if you remembered exactly which one was more. Does everyone remember 9 years? You remembered? Huh. Jesse by a lot. You're a bottom? I can see that, Andy. Let's get our stream raiders going. No contests? Yeah.
As I try to figure out what to write, I answer carefully.
I don't understand why the flying rogues don't go faster and can't fly over those walls. Not maybe Jesse won? No, maybe Jesse won. Maybe Jesse won for sure. How long have you been around? Well, your follow says 4 hours ago. Go next one about you? Well, but you're still working though, aren't you, Decky? While we think about where we're going to go for our next, for our raid, does anyone have any suggestions? We'll sit here by the fire. Until we decide. I'm gonna... Let's see, I'm gonna pop open my Wild Abandon page. Gonna pop open my bookmarks. Let's see, who needs a raid? We raided Moddy Fox last time. We've got Leaf Otter playing Gunfire Reborn, which I don't know that one. Puzz Plays Games is playing Pulse. It's your ending stream. Yes. Lino does not need my help. Lino has 52 people. Film that yourself? Nope, this is a GIF I found on the internet. It just seemed really nice. Derp Waff is playing Phasmo with how many people, though? I'm trying to... Oh, my fire stopped going when I did that. Which I can't run the fire and also type. White Wolf AU? White Wolf does pretty well for himself already. He's got 9 people. Now include CL Monday. Alright, AMTP. Afterthought? Is Afterthought going? Afterthought playing Age of Calamity, 6 people. That's also possible. Thanks for streaming. Alright, Silver. Have a good one. Derp is playing Phasmo with 31. See, I want to give the raid to somebody who would really benefit from having all of you lovely floofs in there. So I'm thinking either Leif Otter playing Gunfire Reborn with 3, Puzz playing games with 4 viewers playing Pulse, or one of our community members, Afterthought 11, playing Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity. Or Wolf with Cats. Wolf with Cats playing... I gotta stop the fire again. Wolf with Cats. Who's playing the gun game? It was Leaf Otter playing Gunfire Reborn. Oh, Wolf with Cats. I don't think we've ever rated Wolf with Cats. Playing Phasmophobia with 8. I mean, if we're going for new people, I think Wolf with Cats came here with somebody else's raid and just stuck around part of the community, so that's cool. Wolf with Cats has stayed around playing Phasmo. Oh, they're down to 5. You streamed it recently? I think I've seen people stream it. Alright, we have suggestion for Wolf with Cats with 5, so that's definitely also a viable option. Almost forgot. Forgot what? If they're an otter, I vote for otter. I mean, their name is Leif Otter. Shout me out. No, don't shout me out, Silver. You're already here. Be nice to give him a spook. Oh, you mean Wolf with Cats because playing Phasmo? Alright, so looks like it's going to be between those two. Leif Otter with 3 playing Gunfire Reborn, and Wolf with Cats playing Phasmophobia with currently 7. I do what I want! Yes, Silver is that sassy girl who says, you can't tell me what to do. Shouting out Silver bite marks. Yep. Gotta put the fire down for a second. Science and technology, yes! You have been shouted at. Or out, but also at. Alright, so far we have 1 vote for each. Next vote is going to seal it. Leif Otter with Gunfire Reborn, or Wolf with Cats playing Phasmophobia. They both fall in the category, in the range for people we raid. Wolf with Cats. All right, Moogle Master has broken the tie. Wolf with Cats. Oh, King Decky also Wolf with Cats. All right. Thank you all for joining me tonight, Saturday. I mean, I guess weekends are kind of less important now. We're stuck at home, but still, you spent like the prime night of the week with me. And, you know, I can't thank you enough for spending your time, especially when you feel like you don't have enough time to do anything. You sit here and spend it with me. I'm close to 50 followers for being affiliated. I've been affiliate for a while now. Or are you talking to somebody else? Came in a little late. That's fine, Beetle. We're glad you came here. We'll have to play some Overwatch soon, now that you got your PC copy. Oh, to silver. Yes, you almost have 50 silver. Oh, 50 silver. That's a lot of money. Anyway, let's go show Wolf with Cats some love. They are another LGBTQIA plus furry streamer. They're part of our community. I think this is the first raid for him. So please show them the Fox Love Pounces. Have a great night, the rest of you. I'll see you on Monday. All right. Have a good night, everybody. See you soon. Bye.